This DBT Masterclass will make you a pro DBT developer from scratch because you will master DBT Core and DBT CLI, DBT Models, DBT Jinja, DBT Macros, DBT Generic Test and Singular Test, DBT Seeds, building slowly changing dimensions using snapshots, DBT Node Selection, DBT Profiles. Not only this, you also gonna learn CI/CD workflows within DBT so that you can deploy your objects. But why should you learn DBT in 2025? Because every other organization is looking for DBT developers right now, and this is the one-stop solution to master DBT in 2025. Do you know what? I have literally put my heart into this video. I have covered so many areas which are necessary for you. I have referred to so many resources. So now it's your responsibility to show your love in the comment section. You need to support this channel if you want more and more content, more and more useful tutorials for your data engineering career. And let's get started with this amazing masterpiece. So what's up, my fam? First of all, happy Sunday. And do you know what? I am so happy because this is one of the most requested video on this channel, and I was literally waiting for recording this particular video because DBT is such a lovely thing and such a revolutionary thing in the you can say world of modern data engineering. And I can feel like why DBT is so much in demand, because it should be in demand. Because even if you are totally unaware of DBT, what is DBT, what is the full form of DBT, I already mentioned in the introduction of this video that you gonna become pro in DBT, and I do not expect any kind of prior knowledge with DBT or with, you can say, any kind of knowledge related to DBT. Just forget about anything. Just relax. Just relax, because in this particular course you're gonna become pro, because DBT is so easy to start that you can just watch a quick tutorial about DBT and you can say, hey, I know DBT. But when you actually try to learn the skills which are required to crack the interviews, you need to say, oh, DBT is not that much easy. So you need to understand all the ins and all the outs of DBT. And as you know me and this channel will give you, and obviously is giving you a lot of knowledge. And this video, I can say that this is the most in detailed video that exists on YouTube. Trust me. So I am really excited. I am really excited because I personally love DBT, and you will love DBT a lot after this video. One more thing, after learning this technology, you can actually feel confident because DBT is very much in demand. Plus, DBT is not actually mastered by a lot of people. So you will gain, I will say, much more advantage if you add this technology. Because see, a lot of people can add DBT in their resume. But the thing is, when they will be asked the question, that time will be the deciding factor whether they will be accepted or not. Because it is very easy to write DBT in resume. But what are models? What are snapshots? What are seeds? These are like very basic questions. And when they go deeper inside Jinja functions and all, Anshlambacollab, come here. You said that you do not need to, you told us that we do not need to know anything. Yeah. So I just use some terms, right? Just slang related to DBT. So just sit back and relax, because this video is specially made for you on your special demand and you're gonna love it. Okay. So let's get started. Plus, this is like pure hands-on video. So we will be covering a little bit of theory and then we directly jump onto the practical, and we will cover more theory along with the practical. Okay. This is not like we will be just covering the theory and then at the end we will do the practical. No, we will learn by doing it. Okay. Let's get started. And this is like, first of all, congratulations to all these people who have cracked the MNCs, their dream job in US or whatever. Like, there are so many messages, so many comments. So these are the comments that I was able to gather this week. So even if you have cracked offers, just let me know in the comment section. I would love to highlight your story, and I literally want to see your comments here. You will also write these comments that you have just cracked the offer, you have just cracked the job, you have just cracked your dream role. Trust me. So now let's talk about DBT. What is DBT? Everyone talks about DBT nowadays, and Ansh, we are in a FOMO. We also want to talk about DBT. Bro, you will be talking about DBT, plus you will become a pro developer. So let me just tell you what is DBT, and let me just clear a myths. A lot of people think DBT is an orchestration tool. Okay. A lot of people think DBT is a transformation tool. Okay. A lot of people think DBT is a data warehousing tool. Okay. Okay. Makes sense. See, I know there are like so many stories. I know like there are so many myths. Let me just tell you, DBT is nothing. Okay. So then what is DBT? First of all, let me just tell you the full form of DBT. DBT stands for, bro, first of all, just start taking notes, because this boy, okay, it's fine. Just take your notes. It's fine. So DBT stands for data build tool. What is that? Data build tool. What can you interpret from this definition? Data build tool. So it is something related to data domain. Okay, that's for sure. Build can be anything. It can be pipelines, it can be data warehouses, it can be transformation, it can be engine, anything. Tool is tool. Okay. So this much is not, like, this definition is not enough to understand DBT. That's true. Let me just tell you, if you are a data engineer, okay, if you new to data engineering domain, if you're trying to switch to data engineering domain, you would have heard about a term called ETL. Okay. Oh, so it is an ETL tool. Shh. Just listen to me. So ETL stands for extract, transform, load. Simple, very good. With the course of time, we introduced another term which is called ELT, because with the rise of big data, we prefer doing ELT. That means we first extract the data, then we load it, and then we transform it, right? Okay. Extract, load, transform. Makes sense. Now, DBT is okay, suspense is over, is this. Transform and transform. Oh, okay. So DBT means your transformation layer. Okay. What does it mean? So basically, DBT is not any kind of orchestration tool. Orchestration, or basically data extraction part, will be done by your orchestration tool such as Apache Airflow, Azure Data Factory, maybe Databricks Lakeflow jobs, or any kind of stuff. Okay. Now, load step, where you store your data in the data lake, lakehouse, SQL server, dedicated databases, dedicated SQL pools, anything will be done by your same tools. Synapse, Redshift, Google BigQuery, all those things. Snowflake, okay, Databricks, all those things. Those are same. Now, whatever thing you do in the transformation layer will be done by data build tool. Okay. So Anshlambacollab, for example, we use something called as PySpark for big data engineering a lot. Yes, that's true. Will it be replaced by DBT? Like, what is that? We have also heard about this thing, or what is that? Okay. PySpark does almost everything. It extracts your data, it transforms your data, it loads your data, it optimizes your data, it partitions your data, it does a lot of other things as well, rather than just performing PySpark transformations. That's simple, that's true. Okay. So yes, when you are using PySpark just for the transformation, it can be replaced by DBT. But just the transformation part, PySpark does a lot more than the transformations. Make sense? It reads your data, it parses your data, it works with JSON, it works with API calls, it writes your data in the multiple data lakes, and so many things, right? So many things. So PySpark transformation part can be replaced with DBT. Oh, Okay. So now one thing. Can we say that we should not learn PySpark? We should just shift our focus to DBT? No, that's not true. Because PySpark is PySpark. PySpark is, you can say, a kind of code that you have to write. Okay. So can we say that we need to integrate DBT with PySpark, or you can say DBT with existing PySpark code? Yes. Yes, you need to do that. That's what all the companies are doing right now. But why do we need DBT? Let's talk about like why do we need DBT? Like that is clear, DBT is just a tool. Like what is DBT? How we build DBT? We will talk about that. But we know this thing that DBT is something that is used to transform our data. Simple. That is clear so far. Very good. Now let's talk about why DBT. You can just write it here. Why DBT? Okay. Like you can just say why DBT. Okay. Why DBT? Not why is DBT. So why DBT? Why do we need DBT? Everything is running fine. People are writing PySpark code. People are writing SQL code. People are writing Python code. Why? Why a new framework? Why? Just because it is new, so everyone is just feeling happy to use it? Not actually. Because DBT provides you something called as modularity. Or you can say templating feature. Okay, what does it mean? Let's suppose you have built a data warehouse. Okay. You have built slowly changing dimensions. Okay. You have built silver layer, gold layer, whatever. Okay. In another project, maybe you can say in another business data warehouse, okay, business unit data warehouse, you did the same thing. Then in the other business unit, you did the same thing. Then in the other project, you did the same thing. So every time you are doing the same stuff again and again, there is no modularity. There is no templating feature available. You have to write your static code again and again. There is no plug and play. That means you developed something for one time and you can use the same thing in different areas. You cannot use that thing in like, maybe you can say you have developed one logic. You have just written down your code and you can just use that code in multiple places. You cannot do that. But with DBT, we can do that. So what we do, we simply define the code. We simply write the code at one place and we use something called as templates. It's called Jinja templates. So if you're aware of this Jinja template, there will be, you can say 1% edge in that particular case. Ansh, we do not know about Jinja template. What is Jinja template? Don't worry. Anshlambacollab is here. Even if you do not know about Jinja template, I will just let you know. Okay, don't worry. But yes, if you know Jinja template, it's good. And I would say who are in software engineering industry, who have done BTech would know Jinja template because they use with HTML a lot, with Flask applications and all. So they would know Jinja template very well. But it's not a big deal. I will just let you know. Don't worry. Jinja templates are very easy. So they just use Jinja templates and they make their code modular. That means they do not write static code. They write dynamic code. Anshlambacollab, just let me know one thing. DBT has just, you can say, entered into the market. People would be writing dynamic code before that as well. I'm so sure. Like not the startups, but yeah, big companies. You are right. So why do we need DBT? See, people were writing, you can say, modular code. That's true. But there was not, you can say, a very efficient way. People were using Python list comprehensions. People were using Python classes. People were using Python functions to make that code modular. But with DBT, they can just do all those things very easily. Very easy. And obviously, that's not just a thing. With DBT, they also get some amazing features like how they can just build slowly changing dimensions, because DBT is purely focused on data engineering. That's it. So they know what we need. We need incremental data loading. We need slowly changing dimensions. We need, because these are like bread and butter for us. We cannot live without with that. We can live without bread and butter, but yeah, it's fine. So this is the thing. DBT knows that pain. Okay. So it provided extra support for those features. Obviously, DBT can do a lot of things other than data engineering. They can just be used in anything because sky is the limit when you are just trying to be creative, right? But it is focused more on data engineering. Make sense? Make sense? That is why we need DBT. And obviously, it is not like DBT just appeared and people are just hyping it. No, See, organizations have used DBT. Organizations have tried DBT and they obviously got some amazing results in code management, in all those stuff. So that's why people are appreciating it. That's why big companies are demanding people. Let's say they need DBT developers. Make sense? Make sense? Make sense? Very good. So that is why we need DBT. Okay. So I know this is just the starting of the course, but we can say one thing, that DBT is required in the modern world, because Anshlamba, you have given us a very, very, very cool picture of DBT. See, I'm just telling you the truth and you are smart enough to take the decisions. Okay. So what do we have next? In the next slide, we have DBT platforms. This is one of the biggest confusing part. We have so many names. DBT Core, DBT Cloud, and now we have DBT Canvas. Anshlamba, what are these things? What are these things? See, if you want to just perform some stuff related to DBT, obviously you need a platform, right? Okay. So very popular, or you can say the one which is the backbone of DBT is the DBT Core. DBT Core. Now what is DBT Core? Let's talk about it. DBT Core is the CLI tool, which is an open source. Open source, that means it is free. Yes. Wow. Amazing. This amazing framework is available for free, literally free, because open source is free, right? Yes. 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 That's why it is very much in demand, because right now every organization is trying to build something on top of this engine. So basically DBT Core is like a CLI tool, the backbone of DBT. Okay. This tool is available openly and everyone can use it. Makes sense. So this is the you can say core engine. DBT Core is the core engine behind DBT. Okay. Makes sense. With this, you can build almost anything related to DBT, not anything like related to DBT that we talk about it. Okay. Plus it is open source. It is open source. That means it is not managed by anything. That's why it is open source, right? It is open source. You will be managing it. So that means you need to take care of, or you can say manage it. Okay. In terms of compute, in terms of, you can say, compute. Yeah, obviously most of the things are like compute, because other than that, I don't think so you would need anything. Yeah, basically compute, or basically, yeah, another thing after compute, Git. Like all the CI/CD part as well, you need to manage it on your own. Okay, because that is why it is like open source, similar to, you can say, Apache Spark. Okay, makes sense. Anshlamba, why did you talk about Apache Spark? Because you will feel relevant. Okay, DBT Core is fine, open source, free and all. What is DBT Cloud? So DBT Cloud is a managed product which is built on top of DBT Core. Oh, okay. Similar to Databricks, because they founded Apache Spark and they made it open source and they built a product on top of it, which is called Databricks. Similarly, DBT Core is the engine and they have built a product on top of DBT Core. It's called DBT Cloud. Obviously, it is like a product, so it will be managed by DBT. Okay. Managed by DBT. And it's an amazing product. Let me just tell you, it's an amazing product, because obviously all the capabilities of DBT Core are there, plus more and more enhancement, Git management. Yes, there is like managed Git repo service available in DBT Cloud. I have tried it. It's amazing. Okay, there are like so many other features. UI, you will get the UI, because if you are using CLI, you will not get the UI, right? But if you want to see the UI, okay, then DBT Cloud is the choice, right? So DBT Cloud is like the managed product built on top of DBT Core. Okay. And in this video, we're going to use DBT Core. Okay. By the way, DBT Cloud is also free, not entirely, but for a few days. And after that, you need to pay, obviously, because it is not free. Like, it is a product, proper product. But I know you would need something that which will be like purely free. Okay, so I just picked this particular service, DBT Core. Okay, and don't worry, I will just show you how you can just set up your DBT Cloud account as well. It is very easy and you will get some free trial as well. So that is up to you. Make sense? But yeah, we will be just taking care with the we will be just taking care of DBT with the DBT core engine itself. Okay, and don't worry, the installment part is like little bit complex, but I will just let you know everything. Make sense? Very good. Now let's talk about Anshlamba DBT Canvas. What is this DBT Canvas? So this is the new thing, and to be honest, I have also not explored much about DBT Canvas because I think it is recently added. Not like recently like just today, but yeah, it is like added, I think I would say a few months back. So what is DBT Canvas? And I would say it's not like should be tried or should be used by everyone, but yeah, it is an amazing feature. Let me just tell you, DBT Canvas is a feature which is available within DBT Cloud. Oh, okay. So this is not like separate environment. No. Just a feature available within DBT Cloud. Okay, makes sense. So DBT Cloud actually has, you can say, a tab, dedicated tab for DBT Canvas. What it does. So remember I told you that we transform our data with DBT in the templating format. Yes. Obviously you need to write the code, and obviously I will just show you how to write the code, SQL, Python, all those code, right? Okay. But DBT Canvas says, hey, you do not need to write any code. You can build the same thing using drag and drop feature. So it is like recently added, and it is like more draggy droppy feature. If you like coding, obviously you will go with normal coding. But if you like drag and dropping thing, then you can just try DBT Canvas. I myself have not tried DBT Canvas much, so let me be very honest with you. But yeah, it's your choice. Even if you have tried DBT Canvas, it's your choice as a developer if you want to go that way, right? So it's your choice. Not like, oh, DBT Canvas is there, we will be just using DBT Canvas. Bro, hold on. There is a coder. Okay, there is a non-coder. Non-coder will pick DBT Canvas. If you are a coder, you will pick DBT Cloud or DBT Core coding, right? So it's up to you. But they are giving you the choice. Why they are giving you the choice? Because they are serving the entire enterprise, entire organization. And in every organization, there's a combination of developers, coders, non-coders. In some organizations, they are like not pro coders. They are like, they know about data industry, but they're not like pro coders. So they have the feature of DBT Canvas. So they are just giving you all the flavors. It's up to you. Like, what's your taste, right? It depends upon your taste buds. Wow. So this is all about your DBT core and all. Just one last part that I want to discuss, and then we're going to jump straight on the practical. So what is that? Backbone of DBT. What is the backbone of DBT? The backbone of the DBT is DBT models. Okay, what is there? It is a machine learning model or what model? So basically it is not any kind of machine learning model. DBT models are something which hold your code. Oh, the coding part is your models. Models is the coding part of DBT. Okay, and this is the thing which is revolutionized by DBT Canvas. So you do not need to write code to build your DBT models. You can use draggy droppy feature. But if you want to write code, and trust me, you should go with the coding part. And once you are good with that, you can just switch to your draggy droppy feature. Okay. So if you want to build your DBT models, you have to write code, and models are something which will populate the data. And don't worry, it will be very relevant. And let me just give you a quick example. Okay. And this example will build your base. Okay. So let's say you have Anshlamba. Just give us a detailed example. Okay. Example is very easy. So let's say this is you. Okay. Okay. This is you as a data engineer. Or let's say there is a data engineer, not you. Okay. Because you will say, hey, I don't look like this. Okay, so let's say there are two data engineers. Okay, and they work in a team and they are best friends. Okay, okay. So they both are in the same team. Very good. Okay, let me just redraw it. Anshlamba, just build a nice data engineer. That's it. Okay, so there's a data engineer. Okay, and this person works with any, or let's say this person works in any organization in which they are using, let's say, Databricks. Let's say. So they are using Databricks, or let's say they are using Snowflake. It depends. Okay. Or they're using Snowflake. Both are fine because it actually doesn't matter. And they want to build their bronze layer, their silver layer, their gold layer, because obviously these are the three layers that we build using transformation. So they want to build these three layers, bronze, silver, gold, using DBT. Okay, so what will happen? Let's say there is a source here. Okay. Any kind of API, any kind of SQL database, anything. Literally anything. This is the source. So what will happen? Let's say this is our DBT. Okay, this is our DBT. So what we will do, we will, or let's say this data engineer will use this source in the DBT. Okay, cook something like build models basically. Okay, makes sense. It will build the models, and these models will populate the data back to these particular platforms such as Databricks, Snowflake, Synapse, Redshift, BigQuery, Fabric, anything. Anshlambacollab. Hold on, quick question. Okay, this will write the code. This will perform the transformation. But we are smart enough, okay? And we know that whenever we want to transform our data, we need some kind of compute. So who will provide that compute? Because DBT doesn't have anything, because DBT is just like transformation layer. It doesn't even have any kind of compute that we have already discussed, that it has nothing. So who will transform the code? Who will provide that computation power? That's a very good question. Those things will be provided by these platforms. So it is the condition of DBT. Hey bro, I will transform your data. I will make your code modular. I will make templates for you, but in return, I will use your resources because I do not have any kind of resources. I can write templating code. I can write modular code, but I need to use your compute. That means Databricks clusters. That means Snowflake compute, Fabric compute, Redshift, BigQuery compute. So DBT doesn't hold. That's a very good point. DBT doesn't have any kind of compute, any kind of cluster, nothing. It is just a templating format that we use while transforming our data. That's it. It will use our resources. Whose resources? Like your platform's resources. Make sense? So this is the backbone of DBT. That means models. I hope it was helpful. Okay. So now, in order to work with DBT Cloud, it is very easy. You can simply go there and just build your models. But Anshlamba, what platform are we using with DBT? Because you mentioned so many platforms. So we will be working with Databricks as our platform. Why? Because Databricks provides the free platform that we can use. We do not need to pay for any cluster. We do not need to pay for any kind of warehouse. We do not need to pay for any kind of data that we are writing in that particular platform. We do not need to pay anything. Plus, we do not need any kind of credit card, debit card. We do not need any kind of business email. Nothing. Everything is free. So that's why I have picked Databricks. Plus, very good point. It doesn't matter, bro. Literally, it doesn't matter. If you use Databricks, if you use Snowflake, if you use Fabric, if you use Redshift, BigQuery, anything, because we are covering DBT and 99% of the things are just pure DBT. Only 1% part, that means when we'll be just testing our data, hey, if everything is there, hey, if tables are there, hey, if bronze layer, silver layer, gold layer is there, only then we need to use this platform. Otherwise it doesn't matter. But just we wanted to pick something, I picked Databricks because it is easier for you to set up Databricks. It's free and it's easy to use. Make sense? Very good. So this is the thing that we will be just setting up first of all. That's our first thing. Okay, Databricks. Then we need to install DBT Core, and there are some steps that are involved, because you would need to install so many things. First of all, you would need to install Python. Hey, why Python? Because it uses Python, you can say, interpreter to just process your code. Okay, you need to install Python. Then you need to install Git. Okay, why Git? Because we will be just taking care of CI/CD part as well. And as I just mentioned that we are just learning DBT with Git. Okay, we do not know about Git, we do not know about CI/CD. It's fine. It's fine. I will just tell you. Don't worry. Okay, Python, Git, and I think you also need to install UV. What is UV? If you do not know about UV, it's fine. Basically, UV is a new package which is recently entered our Python world, and UV is like basically a package manager. Instead of using pip, now we use UV. That's a transition that everyone is making right now, every developer, and you should also do that. And UV is an amazing package manager, and don't worry, I will just let you know that as well. Don't worry bro, don't worry. So Python, Git, UV, and I think you would need a code editor, and I will say VS Code, because VS Code, it's like, oh man, amazing themes. Oh, so Python, Git, UV, VS, and what else? I think that's it. Yeah, these are some of the things that we need to install. Yes, it's a pain, but you need to bear this pain because the result is amazing, bro. Okay, so now let's actually start with setting up our Databricks account, and not just account, setting up our, basically, like, we can just install the Databricks. Okay, and we will just setting up the source as well after installing this DBT. Okay, because first of all, in this section, we are just focusing more on setting up our environment. Which environment? Not from the data perspective. Environment means the technologies, tools and all, right? Okay, so let's get started and just follow this part very carefully, because a lot of things, I would say everything is dependent on this particular section, because installation is everything, bro. Okay, so let's see how we can just quickly create our Databricks account, and it's very easy. Let me just check if my voice is being recorded, because you know me, right? So now Databricks is very easy to set up. You simply need to go on your Google or any kind of platform or any kind of browser, just type Databricks free edition. Bam. Okay, perfect. Click on the click on the very first link. Okay, and this will just take you to this page. Sometimes it can take you to a different page like this, let's say like this. No worries, click on try Databricks and that's fine. Okay, so at the end you will land on this page. Just click on this particular thing. Do not click here, Express Setup. No, Express Setup is also a free service, but it's not like always free. It's like free for a limited time period, but you need like everything free, right? So now just click on this looking for Databricks free edition and click here. So here you need to provide your normal Gmail account, normal Microsoft account, any account. You do not need to specify any business email, student account, no, nothing, just your regular email ID, and that's it. Okay, once you do that, just land on the same page, and this time scroll down and click on already have an account and click on login, because now you do not want to create your account, now you just want to log in. Okay, then you can simply click on continue with Google if you have that account. Okay, then just click on this AWS thing. So this is the homepage that you will also see in your particular case. So this is the Databricks workspace homepage. Yeah, it was that easy. I told you. That's why I picked Databricks, because our focus is on learning DBT. We do not want to spend our time creating the source data and all. So our focus is on DBT, right? So this is the thing, and DBT is all set. And yes, we'll be just setting up the source. Don't worry, we'll just creating catalogs and all those things, tokens and all, everything will be there. But this resource, this technology is done. So this is done. Now let's install all the things one by one for our DBT, and let's actually set that now. Okay, let's do it. So let's start our installation related to DBT stuff. First of all, we need a kind of code editor. Okay, the best code editor. There are like so many code editors, but just download VS Code. Okay, simply search VS Code, install VS Code. What is this? VS Code, VS Studio Code, whatever you want to just call it. Okay, simply go to this particular link, and here you can click on Windows and download and install Visual Studio Code. That's it. And just a quick homework, I would say, not a homework like I can expect this much of thing from you. Yes, we are just mentioning each and every step that you need to do this, you need to do that, you need to do the. Okay, The expectation from you is maybe you will be using Mac, maybe you will be using any other laptop or anything. These are very basic installation steps that I would expect you to figure out. Still, I'm just showing you each and every step, everything. But if you feel stuck, let's say you are installing Git, let's say you are installing Python, let's say you are installing UV. So these are the things which are very generic and very easy to find and very easy to troubleshoot. I would expect if you are a data engineer, if you want to become a data engineer, you can just troubleshoot these basic stuff. So this is a kind of prerequisite that I would expect from you. And I know, my lovely data fam, you will definitely do that. Okay, so very good. Just a you can say homework that I would expect from you, because these are the installation that you need to take care of according to your system, right? So you can do that. I know, just go on Google, search if you feel stuck, right? Still, I'm showing you everything step by step, but sometimes as per the machine, sometimes it does not work. You need to go and troubleshoot it, right? Okay, so just go and just download VS Code, and I'm expecting that you have downloaded Visual Studio Code in your system. Very good. That technology is done. Okay, now what's next? The next part is you need to install something called as Git. Okay, so I'll simply say Git download. Git download. Okay, and then here is the link. So here you have all the options. If I click on Windows, then I can simply say Git for Windows 64 setup. I can just click on this particular link, and here is my Git downloaded. I already have Git here. Okay, so I can just show you my Git. If I go to command prompt, I can simply say Git version, and I will get version 2.50.1.windows.1. So this is my Git version for now. Makes sense? So this is my Git. So you can also download it, and you can confirm it just by typing in your search bar, simply write cmd, which will open your command prompt, and simply write git space hyphen version. It will give you the Git version to confirm everything is installed efficiently. Nothing is broken, nothing is missing, everything is there. Make sense? So this is very basic installation step. Just go and click next, and just pick the folder, write things, and that's it. Again, this much of thing I would expect from you, that you can download Git on your system. Make sense? So you have Git. Make sure you write in your cmd git hyphen version, and you see the result. Very good. Git is also done. The next thing is Python. You need to install Python. You will say, Anshlambacollab, we are pro data engineers and we already have Python in our system. So bro, you need to still install Python. Why? Because let me just show you one thing. DBT compatibility with Python. Because DBT's latest version is not compatible with all the Python versions. So if I just click on this link, so these are the basic versions. So currently I know you would have installed Python 3.13, maybe. Okay, so it is not compatible with the latest version, and we are using latest version of DBT. So see, there's a danger mark. So you cannot use 3.13. So you have to install 3.12. Oh, so how you can just check your Python version? Again, cmd, simply write Python, and you will see the version. So I also have 3.13. Yes, I also have 3.13 because I wanted to show you how you can install Python 3.12. Okay, so I also have 3.13, so I also need to install 3.12. Let's install it together. So I will simply click on this link, and which link? Let me just type. I will say Python download. Okay, and this is download Python. Do not click here because it will install 3.13. Scroll down. Okay, scroll down, and it will say looking for a specific release. Then search for 3.12. See, 3.12.11. then 3.12.10. You can just download anything. Let's say I want to download 3.12.11. It should be 3.12, and that's it. And after that, it can be anything. So I will simply say this one. Okay, so this is the 3.12. Everything looks fine. Okay, so let me just download it. I can simply click here, download button, and it will give me all the options that I have. It has gzipped, source, tarbell, and blah blah blah. Where is that particular downloader? No installers. Okay, get the latest release of 3.v. The release you're looking for is security bug fix release for. Okay, so we can simply search for any other release if they have. Let's try for 3.12.9. download. Okay, description, files. Yeah, here we have Windows 64-bit. So you can just download any one, but it should be 3.12. That's it. And once you get Windows installer 64-bit, that's fine. Just click on this particular thing. So it has now downloaded Python for me. Let me just open that. And the most important stuff that you can miss, you need to check this box, add python.exe to the path. Otherwise it will not add Python path. And then if you will try to use Python in your VS Code, you will see the errors. Hey, where is Python? I cannot find Python. So just check this box. Okay. Then you can say install now and it will install the Python. That's it. Just few seconds and that's it. Python is there. And we will just test it, don't worry. So I'm installing 3.12. This should be fine. Make sense. Okay, so it is almost there. And after that, let me just remind if we need to download anything else. Let me do some calculation. I think, yeah, one more thing is left. So setup was successful. That's fine. I can now test my Python version. I can simply say Python. What is that? Name error, Python is not defined. Okay. Oh, makes sense. So now we can just open a new CMD prompt. Okay. Install the latest PowerShell. I can simply say Python. Okay. So now it is showing 3.12. Anshlambacollab. Quick question out of the box. Can we ask? Yes. Go ahead. Earlier you had 3.13. Now you just installed 3.12. So now it is showing 3.12. Where is 3.13 now? So 3.13 is also there. 3.12 is also there. So what happened? It just overridden the path. So now every time your system picks the latest version that you downloaded, not the latest. Latest means the more recent version you downloaded, so that it can only pick that particular version. Anshlambacollab, in our system, we are using Python 3.13, and what will happen to those projects? Nothing will happen, because you can install, or you can basically create virtual environments within your Python folders within your, you can say, VS Code editor, and then you can work with any Python version. It is very simple. You just need to define which Python version you need to use for your project, but you need to have those Python versions in your system. Okay. Can you just show us how we can just create virtual environments and all, because we haven't created that? Obviously, I will just help you out, don't worry. So now you have both the Python versions. Okay, makes sense. So now let's see how we can just create virtual environments. And before that, you need to download UV, because I told you that we will be using UV, but UV is not something that you need to download from Google. You need to add that package using pip. Now what is pip? Pip is the traditional package manager in Python, which gets automatically downloaded on your system when you download the Python. Make sense? So with the help of pip, you can download UV. Okay. And how we can just download UV? So you can just open another terminal and you can simply say pip install UV. You can do it from here as well and from VS Code as well, but let's do it from here. Let's hit enter. Pip install UV. So successfully installed UV, installing collected package. I think I already had UV, but now it has just downloaded from here as well. So it's fine. So to update, run python.exe, pip install upgrade pip and all. And I think, yeah, it's fine. So I already had UV, maybe with not this particular Python version. So that means like it has just downloaded one more time, but it's fine. So now you have everything. Now let's actually go inside our VS Code and let's create something, virtual environments and all those things. Okay, let me just show you. So we are into our lovely VS Code editor. Wow. So in your case, it can look a little different, because obviously there are some customizations, there are some changes as per the, you can say, OS that we use, but overall it should be same. Okay, so first thing first, you need to set up, basically create a folder. Okay, so you can create a folder in your C drive, anywhere in your computer. Just create that folder and you need to open that folder with the help of VS Code. How? I am expecting that you have created that folder. I know that you know how to create a folder in your Windows, in your Mac. Okay, then click on file and then click on open folder. Make sense? When you click on open folder, you will see the location and just pick that folder. In my case, I have created this folder which is called Anshlamba DBT tutorial. Make sense? So this is the folder that I am using and it is empty. You can see there's nothing inside it. We need to create an empty folder. Make sense? So I am expecting that you will do that thing. Okay, very good. Sorted. Good. Second thing that we need to do, we need to install an extension. Okay, which extension? Python extension. So simply click on this boxes. In your case, it may be on the left hand side. So just look for this thing. It's called extension. Just go here and just simply search Python. Oops, just search Python. Okay, Python by Microsoft, Python by this. So I think this is the one that I have also installed. Yeah, so just click on this and it is by Microsoft. And in my case, I've already installed it. What is this? It is it is not an interpreter. It is just an extension which provides some, you can say, support. Which support? It can be, let's say, Pylance, which is like IntelliSense that we use with Python just for the code completion. It can give you some hints while writing the code, color changing properties for the modules and all those things. And it is very helpful when you just develop the code locally. And that's one of the sole reasons why developers prefer building code, writing code locally, because they get additional support that they do not get on the hosted platforms or managed platforms. Yes, I know like companies are doing their best to add those capabilities, but still it's not that much, you can say, catchy that we have in VS. As you can see, Visual Studio Code extension with rich support for Python language for all activity, providing access points for extensions to seamlessly integrate and offer support for IntelliSense, Pylance. Okay, debugging, Python debugger is there, formatting, linting, code in navigation, refactoring, variable explorer, test explorer, and more. So it is an amazing extension. You can just download it. Okay. One extension is this one that we need to download. More extension, I will just let you know. Make sense? Okay. So this is basically the tab that we use and I can simply close it. Very good. Now I just want to show you something. If you click on these three dots, you will be seeing terminal and you can click on new terminal. Okay. So by default, it will open this thing PowerShell. In your case, it can be like a lot of things. If I click on this drop down, I have a lot of options. In your case, I think you will not see Git bash or JavaScript debug terminal. So it's fine. It's fine. I have some additional terminals in my system. Okay. So here, I just want to show you the Python version first of all. So this is the terminal that you can use like PowerShell. So this is the biggest advantage of VS Code, that you can run your terminal parallelly with your code. I will write Python and I will see Python 3.1, 2.9. Very good. I can literally write anything, let's say, or even I can just create multiple terminals. I can click on plus and I can simply create another terminal. There's a shortcut key for terminal. Okay. And it's Control Shift and it's called backtick. It is just above one key above of tab key. And I can just show you here as well. Terminal. See, this is the shortcut. And in your case, you can also explore it. So let's say this one. Okay, perfect. Now I can simply say git version. Perfect. So this is my git version. I can just run my all the terminal commands as well. And obviously, if we are just learning DBT, it's all like command line interface. It's all CLI. So you have to use VS Code in order to run DBT, right? Okay, perfect. So one thing that we need to create first of all. So this is our folder. Now DBT says you can download DBT, you can say package, but in order to efficiently work with it, you need to install something called as like package with respect to an environment. Now you need to create a virtual environment. So basically, I will open a terminal. Traditionally, we were writing this code. Let's say Python -m, which is module. Then we write venv, then virtual environment name, which is venv. You can just pick anyone, but this is like common practice that we have .venv. Okay. So this is the code that we used to write. Okay. But with UV, we do not need to write anything. Literally, yes. Let me just first of all show you something about UV. UV is an like amazing package. Wow. UV Python. Okay. Let me just click here. Hey, UV install. Boom. Bro. Okay. Why I'm seeing this particular thing in any other language? Oh man. I think, yeah, Astral, I found it. So this is the official documentation for UV, and I can also bookmark it. Installation UV, no, just UV. Perfect. So this is the installation tab, and here you can see that this is how we just download the UV, and you have already run this command. So we have UV in our you can say terminal in our system. So there are like so many options with which we can just download UV, and UV is an amazing thing. And do you know what's the best thing? Let's say you still want to use pip. You can use pip with UV as well. And don't worry, I will just let you know everything that we need to know about UV, because obviously this is not like UV masterclass, but we will learn UV as well. Okay, so that is fine. Now we need to install DBT. Let me just write DBT installation, and I will just show you what you need. Who is this? So basically, install from source. There are basically so many ways with which we can just download DBT Core engine. The best thing is downloading it with the pip command, or basically not from pip command, basically from the package. Why we just call it as pip? Because pip is very popular, right? So I will just click on install with pip. So here are the commands. So first of all, we need to create virtual environment, and we will not be creating like this because this is like very old school. Okay. And once we have a virtual environment, then we need to create this particular package using this thing, DBT Core. Now we cannot install only DBT Core. We need to install an adapter as well. Now this can be your interview question. What is an adapter? Remember, I just told you that with the DBT, we need a kind of platform, because we need to use compute, we need to use cluster, we need to use the platform where we will be just processing our data, right? So that is called adapter. That is just the fancy name. That's it. And we have so many adapters. We have Databricks adapter, Snowflake adapter, Fabric adapter, Synapse adapter. There's so many adapters, and let me just tell you how you can just install adapters. It's very easy. Yes, documentation is a little bit, you can say, confusing, but don't worry. I'm here to tell you guys. Okay. So first of all, I am here in this particular folder, and you also need to make sure that you are in the right folder. Now, Anshlamba, now let's just tell us how we can just create a virtual environment. First of all, you do not need to create a virtual environment. Yes, you will be creating virtual environment, but automatically. You need to simply write UV in it. That's it. Literally, that's it. Just hit enter, and boom. You will see magic. Magic, literally, yes. See? Ooh, all these things are there. Yes, all these things are there. So in my case, I can also see .get. In your case, maybe you will not be able to see .get, because by default, all the, you can say, .get, things are like hidden by default in your system. You can actually enable it, but that's not a big deal, because this is just a get, and it is off, like it is hidden for a reason, because you should not touch it. Because if you touch .get, you can mess up with your code base. That is why it is hidden by default. So Anshlaba, why you have enabled it? Because I like to do that. So you do not need to worry about that. If it is hidden, it's fine. And you can actually enable it from here as well. And you can just, I think, click on settings. And if you just go to command palette, and if you just see open file settings, I guess, open settings. Okay. And if you just scroll down, here you will see an option, exclude. Yeah. So here you will be having that .get option. Just click on cross and it will be gone. Okay. Just a tip for you. You can also mess up with your code base. join me. Okay. So that is good. So all the things are ready. What are these files? These files are created by UV. Okay. And these are very important. We are not going to worry about all the files because it is related to UV, and you do not need to worry about that. One thing is very important. Click on Python version file. So this is the file. So let's say you are using basically your UV for any other project, and you want to use Python version 3.13. You just need to define it here, and that's it. This way it will use 3.13. If you want to use 3.12, just define it here. That's it, and save the file. Wow. That's why I love UV. Okay. Otherwise, you have to create your virtual environment based on a specific Python version. And you need to tell, hey, create my version with this particular Python version. But that is not an ideal way. This is an ideal way. Make sense? Okay, very good. Now, next thing is, Anshlamba, where is our virtual environment? it will be automatically created for you the moment you run one command. It is called UV sync. Okay, and just make sure Python version is this one and it is saved. Okay, I will hit enter and that's it. Here is your virtual environment created .venv. Makes sense? So what it does, it basically syncs all your properties defined in your code base. Simple. Very good. Now we want to install some libraries, basically packages. So you would remember we installed something like this, pip install and package name, right? But we do not need to do anything. We need to use UV. We simply write UV add and then package name. Let's say package name is DBT Core, right? Hit enter. It has started downloading DBT Core and it is done. Very good. Now we need to install one more thing. It is called UV add DBT Databricks, because we are using Databricks for our adapter. Hit enter. So now it is downloading this particular adapter. Wow, literally wow. So it has almost downloaded it and it is good. Yes, it is good. So that's how it has downloaded this thing. Anshlamba, before UV, we used to create, what is this, man? Yep. So before UV, we used to create some files. It's called requirements.txt, so that we can store all our packages. Anshlamba, how we will be just storing this thing? So here in UV, we have something called as pyproject.toml. This file stores all your packages. See, it has a list called dependencies and it has all the packages that you are using. Wow. So we do not need to manage requirements.txt as well. Yes, that's why UV is UV. Anshlamba, let's say we still want to use requirements.txt because we want to use it. Okay, you can write something like this, UV pip freeze. As I just mentioned that with UV you can use exact pip commands as well. You just need to give a prefix called UV. That's it. Pip freeze and requirements.txt. Hit enter and here is your requirements.txt file, and see all the requirements are here. All the requirements. Ooh, there are so many. Yeah, obviously, because these are like all the dependencies as well that it writes in requirements.txt, but with toml, it just writes the parent package name. That's it. Okay. But I just showed you both the ways. Oh, okay. So now Anshlamba, a quick question, last question. Okay. Let's say you want to download any dependencies which are in your requirements.txt. So we just used to write pip install -r requirements.txt. So here you can simply say UV add, and instead of package name, you simply need to write -r requirements.txt. That's it. Simple, dimple. Perfect. So Anshlamba, everything is done. Yes. One thing, we need to activate the virtual environment as well. Yes. In order to activate the virtual environment, I think we didn't activate virtual environment and we directly downloaded our packages. As you can see it automatic. I think so because we didn't enable the virtual environment and we directly downloaded the packages. Ideally, we should have enabled virtual environment first and then we should download it, because now what happened, it would have downloaded all the packages on my local machine. Basically, it is a global environment, not my virtual environment, but it is fine. It will not stop you. So in 99% of the cases, it installs the, you can say, dependencies in your virtual environment itself. But I also need to cover 1% people because I want to help everyone. So the thing is, even if you are not sure like whether it has downloaded or you can say install the packages in your machine or in the global machine or in your virtual environment, simply type UV and then you can simply say remove and the package name. UV remove, let's say DBT Core. That's it. And hit enter. And then you can say DBT Databricks and hit enter. So what it will do, it will simply remove everything in the toml file. As you can see, I have also run that command so that I can just show you. So now it is empty. Happy? Now let's reinstall it. So before reinstalling it, now make sure that your environment is activated, but by default it will be, you can say activated. See, it is just showing me the folder name, which is this one. Anshlamba DBT tutorial. So this means my environment is activated. That's why I'm just seeing this thing here. Okay. And you can also confirm it from here as well. As you can see, Anshlamba DBT tutorial 3.12.9. That means this is a terminal being used. If only Python 3 point something is written, that means your global environment is being used, but you need to use virtual environment. Okay. But still there's a command called .venv. That means your virtual environment name, then scripts, then activate. With this command, it will activate your environment. Obviously it was activated, but just reactivated it. Okay, so that is all. Now your virtual environment is also there. Now you can simply say uv add DBT Core and DBT Databricks. Let's install both together. So as you can see, my list is back again. Okay, makes sense. Very good. And we can also update requirements.txt. Yes, this is like boilerplate code, but you have to write it if you are a data engineer, if you are a developer, so it's fine. uv add, not add, pip freeze, and then requirements.txt. Okay, so now it has updated this requirement.txt as well. So now this is good, everything is fine, and we can also confirm our DBT is working. Simply search, not search, like write DBT and hit enter. It will return some, you can say, manual guide, all those help, DBT build, clean, all those things. If you are able to see this thing, that means your installation is perfect, everything is nice. Make sense? So that's all you need to do, and that's all you need to do as a prerequisite. So that means your DBT is fine now. Your DBT is installed successfully, and yes, even if you saw some errors, it's fine. Okay, so now what we need to do, we need to make an initial commit, which is very important. Okay, so this is a git thing, so you can just copy me what I'm doing. So simply write git and see one more thing, even if you know git, we do not need to say git init, because in the uv init, your git init command is embedded. Okay, so I'll simply say git branch -m main. Simply hit this. Okay, so what it will do, it will rename your master branch to main, because main is a new word. Then you can simply say git add, then space, then dot, hit enter, then write git commit space -m, then write the message in the double quotes, initial commit. Now hold on, do not hit enter, because I need to talk to you. Look into my eyes. Okay, so the thing is, these are the commands that are related to git. These commands do not align with DBT, but if you are using DBT locally, you need to know how to run only these two commands. So just a quick overview, if you are not familiar with git, not a big deal. We are not using git in detail, but there are two commands. One is git add, which selects your files that you want to add in your continuous integration. When we write git add dot, that means we want to select all the files. Okay, and then we write git commit, that we want to make a commit on this change, and then the message, and we are saying initial commit, and hit enter. Perfect. So now we have made the commit successfully in our main branch. Okay, makes sense. So we'll be learning some git as well. So it is like full package, which will just make you learn git as well. Some you can say Python development as well. Some you can say code setup as well. So everything is there. So that means like that's why I love DBT, because you need to learn so many things whenever you just work with DBT, and that's fine. Okay, so this is done, and we have successfully set up our environment. Now let's go back to our Databricks, and now let's set up our source, basically catalog, basically schemas, data, where are the sources, everything. Okay, because DBT is good now. Let's go to Databricks and set up that thing. First of all, let's quickly create the catalog, because that is obviously the prerequisite, because we need to set up the source, right? So I will simply go to catalog. Okay, and just ignore these catalogs. These are like my catalog that I was just playing with. So simply click on this plus button, and let's create a new catalog. And this catalog name will be, let's say, DBT tutorial. Okay, let's say DBT tutorial dev. Okay, because this is a dev catalog. Then click on create, and then click on configure catalog, and then scroll down and click on next, and then save. So your catalog is created. Catalog is basically equivalent to a database. Okay, so within that we have so many schemas. So let's create a new schema, and it will be called as source. Okay, because this will be our source. So simply click on create. Perfect. Our source schema is ready. Click on source, and now we need to create some tables, right? So we do not have any kind of data so far. So we have the data. It is on my GitHub repository. Let me just show you. Let's click on this link. Okay, and I can just take you to the Git. So this is a very beautiful GitHub repo, or not like repo, like account. You can simply click on this button, and then you can simply go to repositories. Okay, so simply click on Anshlamba YouTube. Okay, and within this you need to find the right folder. It is called DBT masterclass here. So within that, we have so many CSV files. Just make sure you download all the CSV files because we'll be just using these CSV files to create our source tables. Okay, so let's create a table. So you can simply click on table and it will ask you where's the file. Simply click on browse button and you need to now upload that particular CSV file. Okay, make sense? Very good. So as you can see that I have uploaded fact sales file, which is factsales.csv, and it will just create the table on top of that CSV file. Basically not on top of that CSV file, it will take that CSV file, it will convert it into Delta format and it will create that table. We do not need to worry about that thing because all of these things will be, you can say, managed by Databricks itself. So we just need the data. That's it. And we have this data and we have so many IDs, keys, and all those things, right? All these things are here. Okay, makes sense. And these are the columns that we have within this: promotion, SK, customer, product, store, date, and all those things. All the IDs are here. So simply click on create table and then it will create the table. Okay, so everything will be managed by Databricks. So this is just, you can say, we are preparing the source. Okay, and this way you need to install, basically not install, create tables like this one by one. If I scroll down, I will see all the columns like this. Okay, and this is basically a managed table of Delta source. Okay, similarly you can simply click on create and then not like from here, go to the source schema. Okay, and within this you should see that particular table and you are not able to see that. That makes sense because when you just created that table, you didn't pick the right schema. So simply click on create and click on table and then just browse the file for one more time. So here you need to pick the right catalog as well. So I think catalog is also fine. Source is also fine. That means I think our table is created. Let me just refresh it. Oh, so you can simply go to catalog. Okay, and then go to your catalog, which is called DBT tutorial dev. Perfect. Within source, we have the table. Yeah, we have the table. So similarly, you need to create more tables. Simply click on source, then create table. So what you need to do, you need to upload all the files one by one: fact sales, fact returns, dim customers, dim products, like everything, every file. And you need to have those, all the tables ready. Let me just do it for you quickly so that you can also do it, right? So as you can see that I have prepared all the tables: dim customer, dim product, dim store, and two fact table, fact return, and fact sales. So our all the tables are ready. That means our source is ready. Okay, so now the situation is we have our source sitting in the Databricks. Make sense? And this is a schema. We need to create bronze, silver, gold layer in Databricks using DBT models, or basically all those things that we use within Databricks. We need to use the same in DBT, but we will not be using Databricks for our transformation. We will be using DBT only. Make sense? So now let's just start building something called as models and how we can just initialize DBT connection with Databricks and all those things. Let me just show you. So now it's time to write our first DBT command. Yes, first DBT CLI command. We are just going to write that. And what is that particular command? So basically, whenever we want to just work with DBT with any platform, we just call it as adapter with like more technical term. We need to create few things. First of all, it's called connection. And even before connection, there's something called project. So let me just show you the hierarchy. It is not like very technical, but yes, you need to understand this. So first of all, there is a project. Okay, there is a project. Very good. Because obviously whatever you are building it in a project, right? So first thing will be the project, and project is so important. So important. I would say one of the most important stuff and one of the most easiest stuff. But yes, one mistake can just break a lot of things. But don't worry, I'm with you. And then we have something called as, by the way, I should not create this arrow because earlier this was supposed to be like this. Like there was a hierarchy before, but now there's no hierarchy. We can create independent connections as well. So then we have something called as connection. Make sense? Make sense? Make sense? There's no hierarchy, remember. Both are independent stuff. We can use connection with any project and we can just make, or you can say use so many connections within one project now. Okay. So now, first of all, let me just open a fresh terminal. Okay, perfect. So now I will write my first DBT command and just make sure you are inside this particular folder, which is called DBT tutorial. Okay, obviously in your case it will be a different folder. I will say DBT init. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's go. And you will see something will happen on your terminal. You need to wait for a few seconds. Okay, so now it is saying enter a name for your project. Oh, okay. So here's the thing. Whenever you are using DBT Cloud, all these things will be turned into a nice UI. That is why they are charging, right? But when you are not using Python Cloud, wow, DBT Cloud, you are using DBT Core, which is a free version. All these things will be available in your terminal. But do you know what? This is, you can say, fun fact. Coders love using CLI more. Okay, so obviously it is really fun, and let me just tell you why and how. So first of all, let's give a nice project name. Okay, I want to name it as, let's say, Ansh DBT tutorial, DBT YouTube, let's say Ansh DBT YouTube. Make sense? I will hit enter. Oh wow, so many things actually happened. I can see a new folder, Ansh DBT YouTube. Okay, do not open that. Wait, do not open that. I will let you know. Wait. Now if you read everything, here it is written happy modeling. Okay, he is copying me. I always say happy learning, so now it is saying happy modeling. So now it is saying which database would you like to use. There are only two options, Databricks and Spark. But Anshlamba, we have heard that we can just work with Snowflake, Fabric, blah blah blah. Why there are only two options? Because you have only installed DBT Databricks adapter. That is why it is suggesting you based on that. Okay, so just hit 1 and then enter. That means we want to work with Databricks. Perfect. So now it is saying, obviously you need to just wait a little bit because it is just doing its work behind the scenes, and you will be prompted very soon what you need to do next. Make sense? So it is saying warning, thrift.transport.ssl compact using legacy validation callback, whatever. And one more thing, which is very important. Whenever you are working with CLI, sometimes it can take a lot of time, but you do not need to hit any key, nothing. So just be patient and everything will be there for you. Make sense? Okay, now see. Now it is asking me one thing. What is that? It is asking me for the host. Now where is the host? As I just mentioned that DBT will not be responsible for the compute. You need to host your own compute. Okay, where is the compute? Where is the host? In your Databricks. Let me just show you. If you just open your Databricks portal workspace, just go to compute. Okay, and you will see something called a SQL warehouse. So DBT will be using our SQL warehouse, and this is a free SQL warehouse that we get with the Databricks account. So you simply need to click on this. Okay, and then simply go to connection details and simply copy this host name. That's it. And I will just paste it here and hit enter. Now it is asking for the HTTP path. I will simply copy this HTTP path. Basically, these are the connection details that you need to provide. Hit enter. Now this is the best thing. It is asking, hey, these are the connection. I know, but how I will be having, you can say, power to use this? I do not have any kind of liberty. Yes, I will say you can do that, and I will provide you one token. Make sense? First of all, hit 1 because we want to provide token. So just use token. Now it is saying what is the token value. You need to create a new token now. Just go to your settings. Just go to developer, and then in the access tokens, manage. And I already have one token. Okay, I will simply click on generate new token, and I will simply say DBT YouTube. Make sense? Now I will simply click on create. It will generate the token for me, and obviously I will not show you. So now here is a catch. Let me just tell you. You will click on generate. You will see the token. Just copy it. Just copy it. I have also copied the value of the token, but you know what? When I will come here and click on this terminal, and I will say Control V. I have hit Control V, but still I will not be able to see the value. Why? Because of the security reasons. And this is one of the best reasons. By the way, there is a there could be a better way to do that. Whenever I'm just hitting Control V, you could replace the values with star, because at least I would know I have hit the value. but it is there. You just need to hit enter and that's it. See, because I pasted the value, but still you will not see anything. Perfect. Now it is saying, do you want to use Unity catalog or not? Bro, you cannot say no to Unity catalog in 2025. Simply say 1. Perfect. So now it is saying catalog name. What should be the catalog name? What is the initial catalog? We have already created the catalog. As you can see, if I go here to catalog, we have catalog, DBT Core catalog dev, DBT Core catalog prod. I think these are the two, right? No. Where is that? Here, DBT tutorial dev. Yeah, these are like my old catalogs. Just ignore. I was just playing with DBT a lot, so it is called DBT tutorial dev. Okay, so I will simply provide the name here, DBT tutorial. Even if you do not have the catalog, it will create one for you, but you are a good boy, you are a good girl, so you already have one. So now it is saying schema. It is fine. You can simply say default because we will be just changing the schema name. Don't worry about that. Just write default. Threads one thread is enough. Hit enter and perfect. Do you know what? It has said now your connection is established. You can test your connection by running your second DBT command. It is called DBT debug, and hit enter and just wait. Just wait. It will simply run the test, and if everything is fine, you will see all the test passed. And it is saying error not found, dbt project.yaml, blah blah blah. Very good. I wanted to show you this particular error. Why Anshlamba? Obviously, here's a catch. So now let me just wait for it to complete. So you will see one check failed. Very good. Failures are good. Really? Yeah. Sometimes. So just close this terminal, and even if you do not close this terminal, it's fine. So now the thing is, you do not have DBT project at this level. This is my parent folder, but our DBT project is in this particular folder. Oh, so you first need to go inside this folder, then you need to run your all the DBT commands. Otherwise it will not be able to run anything. Okay, I will simply say CD. CD stands for change directory, and I will simply say ansh dbt YouTube. So now it will take me inside this folder, and now I will say DBT debug and hit enter. And now you will see it will work fine. It should, by the way. See, valid, all checks passed. Very good. So we have all the things ready. Okay. And I want to show you one more thing. What is that? It is saying using profiles at my C drive users unshell, that is my username, .dbt, then profiles.yaml. So this is a profile that is created for us, and it is one of the most important file. I would say the most important file for DBT Core. Without this, you cannot do anything. Anshlamba, why it is so important? Because in this particular profile, which is called a YAML file, all the connection details, all the token, all the connection like HTTP connection, host, everything is written in that particular file. Okay, quick question that I also had. Why it didn't create the file inside this folder and it created this file in the C drive? So by default, it creates the file in this particular location. But you know what? We can anytime copy this file to this folder, and every time we run any DBT command, it will first search this file in this particular folder. If it does not find anything, it will go to this location. So ideally, being a good developer, you should provide this file here in this particular folder. Make sense? Okay, very good. By the way, like it is like very small thing, but it can create a lot of disasters. So these are like very detailed stuff that I'm just providing to you, because these are like fine if you, even if you do not know, but when you're sitting in the interviews, when you are just preparing for your dream roles, you need to know these details, right? So let's explore this folder. What do we have inside this folder? And you will see magic. Just click here. Oh, this is your DBT. Okay. First of all, Anshlamba, cool down. What is this? First of all, we are seeing one folder: analysis, logs, macros, models, seeds, snapshot, test, then get ignored, DBT project, readme is fine. We know that readme, what is readme? But Anshlamba, so many folders. What is this? What is this? So this is your DBT. Really? Trust me, this is very easy. This is just a kind of folder structure that we follow in DBT. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. Okay, makes sense. Very good. First thing first, I want to show you something. As I told you that the most important thing in this particular whole development is project. You have a file called dbt project.yaml. Okay, if I click here and if I just turn off the, you can say terminal, you will see this particular file like this. What is this thing? So as you can see that my name is anshDBT YouTube, profile is anshDBT YouTube, and model path and all those things. So in this DBT core, whatever you do, literally whatever you do, you have to just provide the metadata here, because this is the backbone of DBT core. Whatever you are writing it here, it will just go to this location and perform their stuff. So for example, model. So I have written, not I, by default DBT core has written for me. Obviously I can change it. It is written, if you want to run models, you need to go to this location which is called models folder. See, we have models here. Make sense? It is saying models. If I just want to rename it, I have to rename the path here as well. Usually we do not do it, but if you are interested to do that, if your organization wants to use a different naming convention, you have the liberty. You have the liberty. Okay, makes sense. Very good. So we gonna cover dbt project.yaml in very much detail, because obviously everything will be just mentioned here, so do not need to worry about that. But I just wanted to show you the very first glimpse of the dbt project.yaml file, because it is the most important stuff. Okay, makes sense. And whatever we have here, do not worry about that, because we'll be covering that. Now, if you see this file, this is called a YAML file. Okay, some people say ain't markup language, some people say yet another markup language, you can say YAML. So if you see the format in this particular button, it is called YAML. But do you know what? We cannot pick this particular format. Why? Because we'll be using Jinja functions, Jinja templates. By default, YAML doesn't know what is Jinja within YAML. So we need to tell it. How we can just tell it? There are like so many ways, but the best way to tell it, and I would say this way is not just for telling that we are just using Jinja within SQL, Jinja within YAML. This particular thing is very handy when you are doing local development for DBT. It's called DBT Power, or basically Power DBT Extension. Let me just show you. If you go here and if I search DBT and hit enter, there are basically two extensions, very popular one, but this is like more popular, power user for DBT. Just click here and click on install, and you can simply install it. What this will do, it will make your coding better. Why? Because it will auto complete your code, it will give you suggestions, it will give you lineage, it will give you almost all the features that are available in DBT Cloud. That's why I love it. You can build graphs, you can build DAG, you can build anything. And after this extension, you will feel like, why I need to use DBT Cloud when everything is available here? See, DBT Cloud is a managed product, and obviously there are like many reasons why you should use that. But when you are learning, when you do not want to pay, then obviously DBT Core is for you. But when you are in the organization would love to work with DBT Cloud, I'm so sure. Okay, so simple. So now this extension is there. Okay, now if I go to, let's say, files, and let's actually, we can obviously do a lot of stuff with this particular thing. So one thing that I want to tell you, just click on this DBT Core button, which is here in the bottom. Just click here and you will see setup extension. Let's set up this extension, which is this particular setup DBT. Okay, so it is saying select Python interpreter. Yes, we have done that. Assistant file types, associate file types is the thing that I wanted to mention. Just click here and simply pick associate file types. As you can see, it is telling us that for DBT power user to work, *.SQL file types need to be associated with the value SQL or Jinja SQL, and .yaml file types should be associated with the value YAML or Jinja YAML. Make sense? This is the thing that I'm telling, because this particular extension will not be able to understand if you are, let's say you are writing Jinja code within, what is Jinja, Anshlambacollab? Again and again you're using Jinja. What is Jinja? It's an amazing framework. Okay, so anytime you want to use Jinja in your YAML, in your SQL, it will be almost impossible for it to actually understand what's going on. But when we set up this thing, it will be, you can say, one of the most easiest thing for it to understand like what's going on. So it is telling us like what we need to do. Make sense? Okay, so what I will do now, I will simply say associate file types. Okay, and I will pick this one. So now it will give me this particular option. I will simply say add item. I will say *.sql. That means all the files with SQL extension, I want to provide the value Jinja SQL. Okay, perfect. I want to add one more item, *.yaml. Oops, *.yaml. The value will be Jinja YAML. Make sure you are adding YAML here and here just YML. Okay, just say okay, and that's it. That's it. Now you can simply close this thing and simply you can click on welcome and you can take it because you have just done that. Run DBT Deps. We will run it, don't worry. Okay, you can simply say finish setup. Mark all as done. Very good. Simply close this. Now if you open this particular project, DBT project.yaml, you will observe that logo is changed. See, earlier it was red logo, now it is grayish logo. And now if you click on this file, earlier you were seeing it here YAML. You can even just go to the previous section. Just you can just back forward. You can just move towards left to the video. Okay, and you will see that earlier it was written just YAML, but now it is written Jinja YAML. Make sense? Okay, so this was a very small thing, but this small, again, details are everything. When you are a data engineer, you cannot miss even one thing. Make sense? Very good. Very good. By the way, take notes. These are very detailed knowledge. Okay, and you need to note each and everything. Make sense? By the way, in your case, you will see folders with different icons because I am using a theme, so do not worry about that. This is not related to DBT. This is my like VS Code. If you just want to download this theme, you can just go to the themes, just go to extensions, and I think the theme called is like, I think folder or something. I don't know, like the material, I think material. Yeah, material icon theme. You can just download it if you want. Okay. So if I just go here, I have already installed it. It's an amazing theme. As you can see, my lovely folders. Okay, so that's it. See, these are like things that make developers feel happy. Like what developer wants, like what he or she wants. Nothing, just beautiful folders, nice colors, nice theme, and that's it. That's it. Okay, so let's see what do we have next. So now I have done a small thing that you also need to do. And what's that? I have copied profiles.yaml file. Remember when we were just configuring our connection and we were just seeing a location, C drive, users, then folder, then one more folder, then profiles.yaml. Obviously in your case, it will be different and most probably it will be in the C drive. Okay. One thing that it will be in the .dbt folder and that you may need to enable, and I would expect if you are a data engineer how to enable the hidden folders. You can simply click on or right click or click on 3 dots in your file explorer and you just need to enable the hidden folders because all the folders that start from dot are hidden by nature. So you need to enable it in order to see that file, and that's it. You just need to bring that file here, just copy and paste it in the root directory. Let me just show you the folder structure so that you will not be confused. You need to paste that file. You do not need to, you can say move that file, just copy it, just create another instance of that file. That's it. And paste that file into the anshDBT YouTube. That means in your root directory of the DBT project. Make sense? Inside this folder, not inside this folder, inside this DBT project folder. And at the same level where you have DBT project.yaml. Make sense? Very good. Now you will be seeing that I have two files, profiles.yaml and profiles.ps.yaml. So basically what I have done, this is my original file, okay, in which I have all the information. And this is the file that I have, in which I have like obviously disable the token. I don't want to show it. Obviously I will just revoke the token even if it is visible, that is fine. But just for the safer side, I have just created a duplicate copy of this. You do not need to create that. I have created this so that whenever I'll be just demonstrating this file, I'll be using ps means sudo. So I have just created profiles ps.yaml, and I will be just leaving token field empty, but in your case it will be filled, so do not need to worry about that. Okay, makes sense? Very good. So now everything is fine, right? So in the dbt project.yaml, you need to make sure the first thing that your profile is not set as default. It should be set as the same name as your project, which is this one, dbt dbt youtube, which is this one, and this same name should be in the this profiles ps.yaml as well. Make sense? So that it should be matching, exactly matching. So if I open profiles ps.yaml, you will see that this is our profile name, anshDBT YouTube, and within this profile we have two connections, basically not two, like we'll be creating second one very soon, but for now we just have one, dev environment, which is this catalog, host, path, and schema is default, threads 1, token I have just removed it, and type Databricks. You do not need to remove your token, okay, because it will be used to just authenticate your, you can say, SQL warehouse. Make sense? Very good. So now make sure this name is matching here with this one and with this one as well. Perfect. So now, first thing first, everything is done. I would say your 20-25% of the work is done. Really? Yes. Because these are the things that are expected from you, because whenever someone is hiring you, they do not know anything about DBT. They just know that they want to hire someone. You will be saying, hey, I just want to develop, I don't want to configure, and I do not know how to configure the things. They will say, okay, bye bye. So you need to know these things, because see, this technology is really new. No one will be there to help you out. You need to figure out the things. And how? After watching this video, right? Okay, so first of all, let me just create a simple model. Directly model, Anshlamba, yes. So first of all, you have so many folders, right? Okay, very good. Now within these folders, let me zoom it now. It's fine. Within the models folder, this is our, basically you can say, favorite folder so far, because we'll be just working a lot with this folder. Okay, very good. And it is not empty. If I click on this, you will see a subfolder within this. It's called example. And then within the example, we have two SQL files and one schema.yaml file. I didn't create that. I know. But still it is there for you. So I don't want to keep it. I will simply delete it. Why? Because I prefer my own naming convention, and I prefer creating everything in the medallion architecture way. Let's say bronze, silver, gold. I don't like to keep example and blah, blah, blah. This is just for the quick reference, and we do not like references. Yeah, sometimes no. So I will simply say delete example folder. Yeah, just delete the whole example folder. Now if I click on models, it is empty. Perfect. That's what I want. Now I will create one folder inside this. Click on this model and click on this folder button, and I will simply say bronze. Perfect. And I will click on models for one more time and create one more folder at the same level that we have bronze. Just make sure you are not creating folder within bronze, silver, and then click on models for one more time, and then gold. Okay, perfect. Now I will create one more folder. It's called sources, and this is an advanced feature. Okay, really? Yes. Or sources. Let's say source. Okay, source. And this is an advanced feature that we'll be just talking about. Don't worry. Okay, so this is our, you can say, medallion architecture that we have set up. Okay, in our folder structure. Makes sense. So first of all, we know that we want to populate the bronze layer. That is for sure. Very good. So if I just go to, let's say, my Databricks, I know that I want to pull the data, right? In the bronze layer. Makes sense. So this is our source. And just a quick note, I have added one more table, which is called dim date, as you can see. Why? Because there are some you can say advanced scenarios that we can just cover if we have date dimension as well, basically a date column. And you can also create this particular table. How? I have just dropped the CSV in my GitHub repo. You can just download and you can just create the table as I just explained how you can just create the table, right? So just create that table within the source and that's it. This is our like basically source that we are just using. Make sense? By the way, do you know what happened with me right now? Do you know? I recorded almost all the bronze layer ingestion and now I have to re-record. No worries. And that's why you are seeing this file sources.yaml. Don't worry, let me just delete this first of all. I will just create a fresh file for you. Okay, so basically we have our folders ready: bronze, silver and gold. So these are the folders and these are ready. Obviously these are empty and this bronze folder was almost full, but no worries. Anything for you, my lovely data fam, anything. So now let's recreate this. Okay, so in the bronze folder we want to populate the data from the source in the as it is form. Why? Because according to the Medallion architecture rules, in the bronze layer we do not perform any kind of transformations. We simply want to pull the data. Makes sense. Now you will be like very excited. What is the code? How we can just create the table and blah 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 blah. It is very simple. Let me just show you. Let me just click on this bronze folder. Okay, let me just click plus new file and let's create bronze underscore sales.sql. Yes, .sql. So within this, you want to create a table in your bronze layer in the Databricks, but you are in DBT. How it will create that? You will think, okay, we would need to write something like this, create table, blah 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 blah. No, nothing. You just need to write a select statement and that's it. Really? Yes. Let's say I want to pull all the data from the source. So I will simply write this: select asterisk from Databricks. What was the catalog name? What was the catalog name? Let me just check it in the profile PS. Okay, so catalog name is DBT tutorial dev. Okay, DBT tutorial dev dot source, as you know, then fact sales. Okay, so this is my query. Just remember, we do not need to write semicolon, okay, when we are just working with DBT. So do not write semicolon, otherwise it will throw the error. So this is our file. Let me just first of all save it. Okay, yes. And currently we are on the main branch, so do not worry about that. We will be just creating feature branches as well, because you know that we should work in the Git manner. But currently I just want to focus more on this particular thing. Once you have this fundamental, then we will just switching to the branches. Okay, so this is the way we should just query the data. Okay, now in the DBT cloud we get amazing UI things so that we can just run our queries, preview the data and all. But what's in our DBT core? Nothing. But with the help of that extension, we are very lucky that we can just use almost all those things that we use in DBT cloud. Can you see this toolbar? This is because of that particular DBT extension, power user for DBT extension. If you click on this play button, it will execute this SQL command for you, literally. And you know what? You will say, Anshlamba, okay, this is the output. How it is just running this particular SQL query? It is using our compute, which is in the Databricks. Really? Yes. So this is the output. And in your case, if it is of different color, you can simply pick the colors from here. Maybe it will be like this. And you can just simply click on this paint button. You can pick this as well, Vaporwave. And oh, this is also nice, man. Solarized dark, then Monokai. This is also nice. Let's pick this one. Yeah, this is or let's say Pro dark is nice. Okay, so this is the query. Okay, and we can also look at the lineage, and let me just reset it. Yeah, this is the latest lineage. The previous one was the updated one that I will just show you, don't worry, because I'm just re-recording it. So this is the thing, like bronze sales, and we do not have any kind of lineage. Why? Because this is the only piece that we have. This is the only object. This is the way that a lot of people just prefer doing it, but according to me, this is not the ideal way. Really? Why? See, this is the query. Makes sense? Very good. This is the table, and we know that we are pulling the data from this particular source. But if you want to track it in future, if you want to just keep the lineage robust enough to know the sources whenever you want, you should use dynamic sources. And this is, you can say, a recent added concept in the DBT world as well. Like not like very recently, but yeah, it was not like very much popular before. Obviously these are like small things, advanced things, so it's my duty to just tell you all the advanced things as well. So instead of writing this, it will also work. That's not like it will not work, it will work, but the professional way is we should create a source. So for now, if I just run this command, if I go to lineage, I just see this particular model. I do not know how this model, what is this saying, man? An error occurred while trying to execute a query. Why? 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 Syntax error. What is syntax error? App DBT version DBT profile name DBT YouTube target name detailed error. Let me just close it. Let me just run it for one more time. This query was running just 2 minutes back. Just 2 minutes back. And it is running now as well. Huh. So now if you just click on the lineage. Oh man. So here you are not seeing from where you are pulling this table. Oh, makes sense. Makes sense. Point. Valid point. So we do not have something like this. Hey, this is the source and this is coming from here. We should add that source if you want to become an efficient data engineer, like top data engineer. And especially with DBT, it's very important. So that's why I created this folder called source. So within this, I will create a source profile. Not profile, I would say source, you can say property. I will simply click on this plus file and I will create a file called sources.yaml. Yes, it will be a YAML file. Okay, makes sense. And now it is saying, hey, this is a YAML file, and what will be the structure and what will be the code, what will be this, that. Let me just show you. It's very simple. Let me just take you the documentation, just search what will be the best keyword. Sources and DBT. Perfect. Okay, scroll down, just click on any link. You will be landing on something relevant, obviously the DBT documentation. So it is saying add sources to your DAG. Makes sense? So if you scroll down, this is the code that you will be using to create your source. Do not worry about anything. This is the code that you do not need to remember. You need to understand it. YAML is not for learning. YAML is for understanding. Makes sense? And do not be hesitant to work with YAML, because YAML is everywhere. In DBT, in CI/CD life cycles, in like literally everywhere. And you do not need to remember it, just understand it. Okay, so let me just copy this code. Okay, and let me just show you one more thing, that we have some functions. Okay, let me just show you after that one by one. Okay, so let me just paste this code here and let me just remove the unnecessary stuff. Perfect. So what this code is saying, it is saying first of all version 2. Makes sense. This is the kind of version that we know that. Then sources. That means this is particularly defining sources. Very good. Then name. Then we need to define this sources. Basically, we need to provide a name. Okay, and ideally in the DBT world, we should provide, or basically we should create one source per schema. This is not like a rule of thumb, but this is a very strong recommendation by DBT. Let me just show you the documentation. So it says by default, schema will be the same as the name. Okay, add schema only if you want to use a source name that differs from the existing schema. That means it says, hey, you should use schema, okay, for your source. It should be equivalent. So I'll simply say source. Why source? Just let me know in the comment section. Why? Because my schema name is source, coincidentally. So I will simply say source. Simple. Okay. And what is the database name? In the DBT world, database name is equivalent to the catalog in Databricks. Okay. So it is DBT tutorial dev. Very good. Now we can just simply define all the tables within this list. This is a list because there is a hyphen after this. So we can simply say this is a tables. Okay. Table is basically a key. Make sense? Table is basically a key. Within this key, we have a list of dictionaries. Let's say this is a key, this is a value, this is a key, this is a value. Make sense? So this is basically the list for the tables. and this is the first item, and this is the second item. If I want to write equivalent JSON for this, it will be look like this. Let's say sources, sources, yeah, perfect. Yes. So sources is just one key, okay? And then within this, we have a list of all the sources. So everything is inside this particular dictionary, okay? Because we have name is source, perfect. Database, this. Schema, this. Tables is itself a list. Why? Because we have these particular two values. Make sense? Then within this list, we have a dictionary of key value pair, name equals to orders, and that's it. See, name orders, then name orders, that's it. That's how you can just feel more and more YAML whenever you just try to relate it with JSON, because you are already familiar with JSON or basically your dictionaries, and now YAML. Simple. And just tell me one thing, just be honest. Which one is more easy to read? Once you understand that, okay, once you understand both, now if you just want to make a choice, which one is more easier to read and more easier to basically make the code look more clean? Obviously YAML. See, it is so neat and clean. And whereas see, dictionary, then list, then double quotes and all those things, that's why YAML is a choice for big projects as well. Make sense? This was just like a quick your YAML class, because see, it is really important. It is directly related to this. Okay, so now name is, let's name all the tables. Fact sales. Okay, the second one is fact returns. Fact returns. Okay, dim date. Yes, we have dim date. Then we have name dim store. Yes, dim product. Yes. And then we have dim customer. Perfect. So these are done. Let me just save this. Perfect. Do you know what? Now I can use these sources directly from here. Really? Yes. Let me just show you. So there's a function for this, and you need to use double curly braces for that. And I will simply use source. This is basically a Jinja function. Okay. Source, and then we need to provide the source name. Source name is coincidentally source. Okay, then we need to pick the source name, basically which kind of table you want to pick with from that source. I want to pick fact sales. Make sense? Okay, let me just save it and run it. I should see the exact result I was seeing before, plus I will just show you the advantage as well. See the lineage now. Let me just refresh it. See, now you are seeing this particular, oh, this is so smooth, man. Nice. So now you are seeing fact sales as a source for this bronze sales. Make sense? Now you are seeing this. So now you can see the advantage of using source. Make sense? Very good. So now what I will do, I will simply quickly create all the other models as well for bronze. I will say bronze returns dot SQL. Let me paste it here. Let's say returns. Okay, let's save and run it to make sure it is fine. Bronze, let's say customer. Let's paste it here. Dim customer. Like obviously you do not need to create all the bronze models, because this is not a project. This is a tutorial where we are just learning new things within, you can say, DBT. We do not need to create all the bronze layer, all the things. This is just a demonstration for you so that you can just feel relevant. Okay. And dim customer, let's run this, but still I'm just creating everything for you. Bronze and then date dot SQL. Then I can say dim date. YouTube sales. What was the source name? Source. And then let's say this one is dim date is done, I guess. Yeah, now we can say dim customer is also done. Dim product. Okay, makes sense. Let's run this. Oh, this is date. Okay. Compilation error. What is the error? What is the error? There's a problem in a DBT compilation project failed. Bronze date.sql. Oh, because we do not have C in this. C. Let's run this. Perfect. Dim date is also done. Now let's create bronze product dot SQL. Dim product, and our last table is dim supplier. What was that? Dim store. Okay, dim store, store.sql. Perfect. Dim store is also done. Oops. Perfect. So all the models are ready. Really, these are just the scripts, bro. Where are the models? Now we will be just running our models. So basically the bronze folder is ready. Dynamically, we are using sources, not just hard coded values, right? Now I will just ask you one small thing. What's that? Now if I want to run these models, how we can just run these? Because see, we just have select statement. Just select statement. We do not have anything else. But that's the magic of DBT. Okay. Now let me just show you something. If I just go to dbt project.yaml, if you just scroll down, you will see something called as models, anshDBT YouTube, which is my project name. Within that, we have example. If you remember, we had example folder within the models folder, but we removed it. We created one folder called bronze. So we need to rename it here as well. Make sense? So now Anshulamba, what is this materialized view and this plus button? That means whatever you have within the bronze folder, it will create the views in Databricks. But you will say, Anshulamba, I want to create tables because I love tables. So you can simply replace this value with table. Now, whatever you have, like whatever models you are building, if I run these models will be creating tables for me in the Databricks catalog and schema. Okay, and first of all, save this file. So this is the way you materialize it. Okay, and you know the best thing about it, you can this is basically called a config. This is like one of the config. Let me just write it for you. This is basically the configuration. One of the configuration. Make sense? Wow, man, Anshulamba, your handwriting is so good. Okay, so this is one kind of configuration that we are adding here. And do you know what? We can define configuration in multiple areas. Okay, what do you mean in multiple areas? Configuration we will just talk about in very few seconds. Let me first of all run this model so that you will know the importance of configuration, because right now you will say, what is the importance? No, but just remember that this is one of the configuration. Okay, and see, it is saying other options. Makes sense. So let's save this. And now how we can just run this particular model? There are multiple ways. You can even use your extension button, but the best way is using terminal. Just open the terminal. Okay, and just make sure that you are inside this particular DBT project folder, because if you run your model right from here, it will not run. Why? Because you are inside your parent folder. You are not inside this folder. So I will simply say CD, that means change directory, and ansh DBT YouTube. Now I am inside this folder. Now I can just run that. I will simply say DBT run and hit enter. That's it. Now what it will do, what this command will do, you will see all the logs here. See, all the logs are here. And now it is building our model, and everything you are seeing in front of your eyes. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, because there are total 6 tables, as you can see. All the things are here. Everything. Wow. Everything. See, completed successfully. Wow. The same thing. is visible in DBT Cloud in the form of a catchy UI. That is the difference. That's it. Obviously, they're just providing a managed service. Obviously, they need to just provide nice UI for all these, but terminal fulfills that thing as well. Okay, so let me just go to the Databricks just to see like what actually happened. So if I just refresh and if I just go to the default schema, see all the tables are created here: bronze customer, dim date, product, returns, sales, bronze store, all the tables. Why default schema? Because in your profiles, if I go to profiles PS, you have given default schema. So that is why all the objects are created within this particular file, this particular schema. Make sense? Make sense? Okay, good. Now, so many questions. I know. So many questions you have, like for, hey, wait, hold on. Okay. So this is very interesting. First of all, you have created your first tables. Congratulations. Okay. Now, let me just continue my previous thing. But before that, let me just show you one thing, because I just saw that folder and I'm really excited. You will see one more folder that is just created for you. It is called target. It was not there before. It is just created. It is created whenever you run the models, whenever you compile the models. Really? Yes. Why? Let me just show you why. So you have written the query here, right? This is very simple query, but let's say you are writing a very complex query. Don't worry, you'll be just writing complex queries as well. Let's say you are writing very complex query. And if you just want to see, hey, which query is actually used to create our models, we are very excited to know that. So this is the folder for that. If you click here, target, if you say run, not compiled, run, you will see all these models. If I click here, let's say bronze customers, just open anything. If I click here, this is the real query that has been running behind that model. Create or replace table, catalog name, schema name, table name, using delta, which is the Databricks syntax, as select asterisk from this particular thing. This is the real query that is running behind your DBT models to populate the tables in Databricks. Okay, so this is the place where you can come and see your query. If you just want to troubleshoot, if you just want to confirm, hey, what's going on, what is the query, this is the place. Okay, this is the place. And you didn't write anything, create or replace, nothing. Everything is just added through DBT models. Make sense? All this boilerplate code is gone. Very good. Very good. So that's the thing. Target. Now you will say, Anshulamba, let's say we have created so many models. Okay. You have deleted so many models. Just let's suppose you have deleted so many models. Okay. Now all these things run will be there. It will not be automatically removed. Really? Let's say I deleted this bronze date right now. I don't want to do that, but let's say I deleted that. After that as well, this bronze date will be here. It will not be gone. Then there'll be a garbage, right? And to clean the garbage, what do? We simply clean it, right? Okay, so that is why we have an amazing command here in the DBT terminal. So I will simply first of all go to CD, to this folder, and I will run dbt clean. What this command will do, it will clean all the things within the target folder, and you will see target folder is gone. So you can run dbt clean command when you just want to clean everything, because every time you'll be just running your models, the fresh target folder will be there. So don't worry, just clean everything. Okay, makes sense. See, now there's no target folder. Very good. Now let's talk about that I was just highlighting before, configurations. Configurations in DBT are very important, and configurations can be configured. Wow, configurations can be configured. Configurations can be configured in 3 different areas in DBT. Oh, just listen to this carefully. This is very important. So for now, we have written our configuration in project, dbt project.yaml. This is our configuration. Configuration is like a kind of, you can say this is a way to tell DBT how we want to run our models, how we want to materialize, where we want to materialize. All these questions are answered through configurations. And there are three different areas to store the configuration. First one is this, as we all can see, materializes table, right? Very good. There's one more way, which is called properties. Let me just show you. So first is DBT project. Okay. The second area is properties. What is properties? I will just let you know, don't worry. The third one is block. Okay. And what is the priority? Let's say I define one config here and here and here. So priority will be given to block the most, then properties, then DBT project. Oh, even if I just define the same configuration with different values in these three areas. Let's pick this example, materialization. Let's say I want to materialize my all the models within the bronze folder as table. Okay, so what it will do, it will materialize all the things as tables. Makes sense. But let's say I want to materialize my dim date in the bronze folder as a view. Oh, then what I can do, I can simply say I want to materialize my dim date as view in the properties or in block. So that will take precedence over DBT project. Don't worry, I'll just show you as well. So for now, I'm just giving you the overview. Okay, then let's say you have written your something in the properties. Now, if you just write something in the block, this will take the most precedence and it will ignore that as well. Make sense? So this is just the order of precedence. Now let me just show you if I can find a very good resource for that. Let's say, let me search configuration and properties. Perfect. DBT config parameters. I want official documentation. Perfect. Define configs. So here it is saying config and inheritance, blah, blah, blah. Example. We do not need an example for now. I just want to show you that one block. General properties, general configs. Okay, general properties. Okay, this is fine. General configs. Okay. Okay. Okay, access. Yeah, let's explore this one. So this is saying define configs. So here we can define configs. So it is saying the most specific config always takes precedence, as I just mentioned. The most specific, that means the more closer config to your model takes more precedence. This generally follows the order above an in-file config, that means the block, then properties, and then project file. The same thing that I've just mentioned. Same thing. Okay, same thing. Now, if you just scroll down, you will see some examples and all, and let me just show you actually. So basically, let's create a properties file because you are not introduced to the properties. Let me just introduce to the properties. So here, what is the property file basically? Property file is basically actually can hold a lot of things. Property files can hold your data test that we'll be just covering very soon. Property files can actually do a lot of stuff. For now, you can say property files are also used to define the config. For now, that's it. That's it. Make sense? And you can define your property files in your models. Okay. And they are also of the YAML format. Make sense? Okay. Now, let's say I want to create one property file within this bronze folder. Okay. Let's create one. And what will be the name of property files? It can be literally anything, but I personally prefer to create the file with the name as properties. Properties.yaml. Because we could just create one file within one folder, and properties.yaml is very, you can say, understood that it is like properties.yaml for properties. So how we can just define properties now? Just go to the documentation, just grab any code, like any sample code, let's say version 2. And blah, blah, blah. I don't need sources because we just want to configure models. So models, name, config, materialization, and that's it. This is good. So if I paste it here, and obviously I need to say version 2. Perfect. So this is the models, and we know that within our models, let me just see, must match the file name. That is fine. Okay, makes sense, makes sense, makes sense. Okay, perfect. So this is saying models. So whatever models do we have within this particular directory, it should be exactly matching, and it is a good comment written here. I will not remove it. It will be your benefit as well. So I can simply change this to my model. Let's say I want to perform this property for bronze date. Make sense? You do not need to write .sql. .sql is just an extension. Just write bronze date. That's it. Then config, and we do not need to config anything else. We want to config something called as materialized. Okay, now I want to say I want to materialize this as view, let's say. Okay, and let's remove other things, or let's keep it. Let's say I want to materialize bronze product as well as a view. Make sense? So let me just save this. Do you know what? If I run this particular model, not like this just model, like the whole model, like all the models, now this will take precedence. Really? Yes, this is the magic of it. So this is a property file. This is just the second area. Let's talk about the third area. Let's say this is the properties file built just for these two, right? Let's say in your bronze, let's say bronze sales, let's say in the bronze sales, you can add config here as well. Really? Yes. This is called block level configuration. I can simply write something like this. Config materialized equals to view. Perfect. Let me just save it. So now what will happen? It will create this as a view. So these are three different areas where you can just define your properties and configurations, and basically block level configurations. So if I just go and just run dbt run, you will see that it will create encountered an error. Wow. What is the error? No DBT project. Obviously, see, this is the error that you will see if you will not write CD. See, that's what you see. Anshlamba, you also forgot to write CD. Okay, it's fine. It happens. Now I can say dbt run. It is fine. So now it is running. Okay. Now it is saying something else. Okay. What is this? Databricks SQL adapter, exception, concurrency, one thread, found 6 models, database error. So I think my token was expired because I just set the token just for 1 day. So I just created a new token and I updated it in the profiles.yaml in the token area. So I think now it should work because that is like very silly and very small error. Let's hope it should work. So now it is saying 6 models, 6 sources, 686 macros. Wow. So let's wait. And as I just mentioned, like it takes some time. Do not cancel anything. It can just mess up with the code base and do not do anything. Make sense? Okay. So even if you see the same error, let's say your token is also expired, do not worry. Just go to Databricks, same steps, create the new token, and this time you do not need to say dbt init from the scratch. No, just update that token within your profiles.yaml. That's it. Make sense? Makes sense. Now it is running it. Let's wait for a few more seconds, and that's it. Okay, so yeah, this is the file. You can just update it here, and I have updated it here. Okay, so now it is saying one of SQL start. So now it is started. Very good. Now let's wait. You may opt in into new behaviors sooner by setting. Oh yeah, that's fine. Okay. 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 Complete successfully. Let me just show you. If I show you in the catalog, this time DBT tutorial dev, if I go to default, you will see views. See, now tables are gone. Why? Because bronze date, bronze sales, and bronze product. Now we have these tables and views in combination. Sometimes you will see tables and views both, because sometimes it does not delete your particular tables, it just creates new views. It totally depends like how you have configured your token and how you have just provided the permission, but it's fine. It should create views as well. That is more important. and how it took precedence. You have just seen that you have added config in 3 different areas, and how it just took the precedence. You just witnessed that. Make sense? Make sense? Very good. And let me just tell you, these are like high level things, configuring in project level, then properties level, then block level. So just feel happy, okay? Just feel happy. Okay, and I know you are happy, you are with me, so good. So this is our bronze layer so far. Okay, this is our bronze layer so far. Makes sense. So we have created sources and everything, and we have actually done a lot of things. Let me first of all commit this. So if I just go to the terminal, and this time you do not need to run cd, because now you are using commit and you want to commit everything, not just this DBT project. So you will say git status first of all, and you will see a lot of things, a lot of things. See, obviously not a lot of things, because a lot of things are inside this folder. So I will simply say git add dot, I told you it is just for selecting these things, then committing it. Git commit -m, and I will write the message, let's say bronze layer, because we have prepared the bronze layer. Perfect. So all these things are created. Now you are not seeing any green color or anything. So now from now onwards, we will not be directly working with the main branch. That is not the ideal scenario. You should create the feature branches, and then you should just merge those branches within the main, but be very careful. Okay, so now let's create a branch. How you can just create a branch? It is very simple. Just say git switch -c. Okay, and then you can simply say feature, let's say ansh. In your case, it can be something else. What is this command for? This command will create a new feature branch from the head of the current branch, which is the main branch. Okay, hit enter, and now you are switched to the feature ansh branch, as you can see. And now whatever you will do will only be available in the feature branch until and unless you merge those changes. Make sense? Good. So now if I ask you one simple question, and I know you had this question somewhere in your mind, but you were hiding this. I know this. See, you were saying, hey Anshlamba, it's fine, we are able to just develop our objects and everything in the default schema. We know that we can just change the schema as well. Obviously we know that, like, we can just rename it as, like, let's say bronze, but this is just fine for one layer. What if we want to create different schema for different models? Let's say bronze schema for bronze models, silver schema for silver models, gold schema for gold model. This is an advanced topic, but let me just make it very easy for you. Very easy. Okay, so let me just first of all take you to the documentation page. Okay, so when I just said it is an advanced topic, but it is very easy, I meant to say that now it is easy for you. Why? Because I have already introduced to the configurations, properties, those blocks, and this can be achieved through that thing. Let me just take you to the documentation. Let me just write, let's say, custom schema DBT. Perfect. So this is the page, and first of all, let's turn on the lights. Oh, now it's fine. So by default, all the DBT models are built in the schema specified in your DBT environment, or basically the profiles target. Makes sense. But we want to use something else. Okay, so in that particular scenario, you have again options. You can configure the schema in your project, okay, in your block, or in your, you can say, normal properties file as well. Okay, let's do that. See, now all those advanced DBT concepts, and I'm not kidding, you can just talk to any DBT developer, anyone who is just giving interviews for DBT roles. Just ask this question from them, and just ask this, like, are you getting these types of questions? These are literally the advanced level topics that you are mastering like this. And in return, I'm asking you to support this channel. In return, I'm asking you to just drop your lovely comment on this channel. Just write something so that YouTube can also you can say help me. And what you are doing, so just support this channel. Just write your comments, write your feedbacks, positive feedback. Just do it, bro, do it. You have to support this channel. So now I was saying that we can just do that thing in the project level as well. So let's say we have bronze, right? I can simply say schema and I will simply say bronze. That's it. And similarly, I can create silver layer as well. Okay, silver layer materialize table. I will be creating silver layer as well. And schema is silver and then gold, materialized gold. Perfect. So this is the schema that we have defined on the DBT project level itself. We could have done that here as well. Let's say if I go to models, if I go to bronze, if I go to properties.yaml, I can do it here as well. Let's say bronze date and bronze product. So this is basically obviously on the model level. Okay. And this is on the model level. And now I can simply say schema bronze. I can do it on the model level as well, basically in the properties. But obviously it is very time taking, and you cannot like you would not like to spend your time in just defining the, you can say, materialization for each model. Like you can, let's say you just want to save your only one object in a particular schema, in a particular, you can say, your own schema, basically just for like one model, then you can just do that. But ideally in 90% of the cases, schema should remain same for all the models in each layer. So that is why it makes more sense to define the schema in the DBT project.yaml. But you have the liberty. Make sense? So I can just leave it here as well. It's fine because it will take precedence and values are same. So it will not create any difference. Makes sense. So now this is not the only thing that you need to do. Really? Yes. Because let me just tell you how DBT creates the schema for you. There's a macro called this one. It is called generate schema name. So this is the macro that it runs behind the scene if we want to just define the custom schema. So you do not need to understand this macro for now. Just forget about that. Okay. So this is the code that you can understand. It is written that whatever value you will write in the custom schema name, it will add the default schema as well as the prefix. So that means, let's say you have written bronze, so it will make it as default underscore bronze, default underscore silver, because your default schema name is default. That is why. So you need to copy this code and you need to remove this part and save it in the macros folder. Let me just show you. If you just go here in the macros, it is empty, just .git keep. Just create a file within this folder and just say generate schema .sql. That's it. And here you can just paste the macro, and here you can simply remove this part. That's it. Perfect. And you can just save this. Perfect. That's it. Now you will get the exact schema that you want. Let me just go to the terminal. Okay. And now let's say CD, because we need to first of all go inside the project. Now let's say DBT run. And now let's see if we are able to create our objects within the dedicated schema. Let's see. And all these things are being done in the feature branch. So that is good. That is the ideal practice that we should do. Makes sense. And meanwhile, I can just look at my list that I want to cover today. This is done because I don't want to leave anything, because these are very, very important. Okay. Oh yeah, we can just talk about this thing. It is called node selection. Let's talk about it. It's very nice. So it, as you know, like it takes like a few seconds, but it is fine, because maybe it is just turning on the warehouse and now then it will be just running all these things. So it's fine. We are okay with that. Concurrency, one threads, target equal def. Okay, now it is started. And fingers crossed, we should see everything in the bronze schema only. No prefix, no default schema, nothing. Okay, first table. Okay. This is the best part of the DBT run. When we see okay, and then we see successfully completed successfully. Wow. So now I'm very excited to see the results. So let's go to Databricks and let's see the results. Let me just refresh it. DBT, oh perfect, we have bronze schema, and you know that we didn't create this schema. Okay, and now we have everything ready. Wow, this is it. This is the thing that we are looking for, and we have successfully done that. And see how easy was that, and see how difficult was that here. So now just drop a lovely comment right now, right now. So now let's talk about a very simple thing which is called node selection in DBT. What is node selection? So every time if you observe, we write this thing. We write DBT run, and what it does, it runs all the models. But sometimes you do not want to run all the models. You, let's say, want to run only one or two models just to check anything, or let's say just to do anything, right? So in that particular, say, you can say DBT run, then space hyphen select, and then model name. Let's say I want to run only bronze date. That's it. Okay, and then I can hit enter. And now what it will do, it will only run the specific model which is bronze date, and you can see it is done, completed successfully. Okay, this was very nice. Let's say you want to run multiple models. You can simply write something like this: DBT run hyphen select. Okay, and if it is not clear, let me just write clear, and yeah, so DBT run hyphen select, and then you can write in double quotes because you are writing multiple models. So bronze date, and you can write, let's say, bronze store. Okay, let's see. Okay, makes sense. Now see, it has just run two models, 1 and 2. That's it. So that's how you can just run only and only selected models. That's it. Let's say you have bronze, silver, gold, all the folders ready, and you just want to run only the bronze folder. That's it. You can also do that. DBT run hyphen select, and then obviously the folder path, it will be models, then bronze, and then all the models. Now it will run all the models only within the bronze folder. Yes, we do not have silver and gold. That is why it is doing all the 6. But imagine you have silver and gold as well, and you can just run your models like this. This is called node selection in DBT. Okay, this is a very fancy word, fancy term, but very easy to understand. But you need to remember this, right? Very good. Now we gonna cover something called as data test. And along with this, we will be just introduced to something called as DBT packages. Packages. We do have packages in DBT. Yes, we have a lot of things in DBT. So let me just introduce you with the data test and packages. Let me just show you. So now let's talk about DBT tests. DBT test, I think, is actually a game-changing thing because yes, it is providing us the ability to write our code in the templating format and so many other things. But meanwhile, you didn't actually think, hey, let's talk about some real stuff. If we are actually building data engineering solutions, we usually validate before building anything. And that's one of the most important things for data engineers. Why? Because let's say very common, very simple example, duplicates. Deduplication is one of those things that you cannot negotiate, right? So all those things need to be there before building your objects. What do you think? DBT has not thought about this thing? Obviously. So DBT test is like, you can say, a way where we can add the rules. You can say expectations. You can say some kind of criteria, validation steps, checks, whatever you want to say. You can add that using DBT test module. Okay. And before talking about this, while recording this video, 2 more offer letters, and congratulations, both of you. And I thought I'll just add it here while recording this video. So I just saw these comments, so I thought of just let's add these comments as well. So very, very congratulations and happy learning. Okay, so now you know about DBT test. Okay, very, very, very well done that you now know a little bit of DBT test, very little. In DBT, we have multiple types of DBT test. Earlier it was not there, but now we have more and more types. And obviously, this is Anshlamba, right? So obviously you will get the updated knowledge. So first of all, let's talk about the very basic one and the most widely used one. It is called generic test. So as the name suggests, generic test or generic test or generic test, whatever you want to say. So this will apply some kind of validation check. The name generic, that means these tests are like generally used in all the solutions. And do you know what? We have almost, I think, 4 to 5 different kind of generic tests that we can add in our solutions. Make sense? These are very, very handy because obviously these are generic tests because they know that you will be adding these things. In this a particular generic test, we have not null, we have, let's say, unique, we have accepted values, and we have relationship. These are basically, I think, 4 types of generic tests that we have. Okay, because not null and unique are those things that you have to add in all the solutions, almost all the solutions, because in every table you will expect a primary key, and it is the behavior of primary key that it should be unique, not null, like this, right? So you can add those things, and this is all about generic test. And now let's actually practice this, and now let's actually see it how we can just use generic test in our solution. Make sense? Let's see. So I am here back on my Databricks portal, and before just showing you anything, let me just take you to the documentation page. And let's see if we find the best web page for that about DBT test command. No, we do not need to see DBT test command. We need to see DBT generic test, because before running the command, we need to build tests, right? Writing, yes, custom generic test. We are not talking about custom, but I can just find the relevant URL. This is best practices. Okay, generic test, blah blah blah. So all these things will be just covering in the generic test as well, but now these are like basically custom ones. So this is the one that I was looking for. Let's say this kind of syntax: add description to generic test, column name, data test, relationships. Okay, makes sense. Let me find a better link. DBT generic test, or let's say DBT test. Let's see about DBT test command, about references. So this is basically command that we'll be just talking about, don't worry. But before that, we need to build DBT test. Improve, what is this? Oh, improve the search engine. What are you doing? Tests and DBT. Should we use starting Perplexity? Do you want us to use that? Okay. What data tests are available for me to use in DBT? Perfect. This was the web page that I was looking for, and thank you so much for providing us. So as I just mentioned, that basically these are the 4 major types of tests available: unique, not null, accepted values, and relationships. These are very basic ones and very fundamental ones, and don't worry, I will just telling you how you can just even add the severity and all those things. But I just want you to, you can say, I just want you to be introduced with these things. And was this helpful? Not really. And it is saying custom schema, DBT utils package, the DBT core discussion. Let's see, unique. Do we have anything in unique? So now I'm not relying on this search engine. I have to manually scratch it. So what is DBT? Blah, 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 blah. Build your DBT projects. Okay, I think it should be in this one. Build DBT projects. I think so. Build your tag. Perfect. Here, test, data test. And we are not talking about unit test right now. Unit tests are like very, very important. I will just let you know. And this is for now, we are just doing data testing. Okay, so add data test to your DAG. And this was a web page that I was looking for, and which search engine data provided to me, but no worries. So basically, let's start with overview. Data tests are assertions, or basically you can say validation checks, or basically expectation is like a very good word in the world of data engineering. Okay, data tests are assertion you make about models and other resources in DBT project: sources, seeds, snapshots. Anshlamba, what are seeds and snapshots? Obviously, we haven't talked about that, but yes, we can add tests in seeds and snapshots as well. That will be just talking very, very, very soon. Okay. Then it is saying when you run DBT test, DBT will tell you if each test in your project passes or fails. Very good. That's what you want, right? And now let's scroll down. We have singular data test and generic data test. That's the thing that we need to cover in this particular section. So let's start with singular test. Okay, not like singular, generic data test. Okay, so this is the singular data test, just ignore, and this is the generic data test. So generic data test is like, you can say, to my knowledge, or basically if you follow my guidance, you should always add a data test on the properties file, because you will be adding test on specific columns, and each specific, or basically any column that you want to use in your data test, will be available in the model. That's why this is the file that you can use in your testing. Makes sense? Not like exactly this one, you need to tweak it, but this is a very good example where you can just use the properties file to create the data test, and it is very easy. And remember, we define data test on the column level. As you can see, first of all, we define the model, and within that model, and remember, this is a list. So these are like all the models, but for now we just have only one model, which is called orders. So this is a list, and first item is name and order. So basically this will be our dictionary. Okay, so name, orders, columns, and then a list of dictionaries, name, order, ID, and then data test, unique and not null. Yes, we can add multiple data tests to a single column. It is accepted. Make sense? Very good. Then we have accepted values, then we have arguments, then we have value, and we have so many other things. Okay, so let's copy this and let's actually see this in practical, because when you will be just building the stuff, then you will just get to know, okay, we can just add so many things. And what about severity? We will just talk about severity as well, like how we can just define severity, and it should be in this particular page. If not, I can just show you. It's not a big deal. It's just a config that we need to add. So let's go to our VS Code, and perfect. So here we have this particular macro that we built last time. Okay, so now let's say I have this particular bronze layer, and we are getting data from the source. We know that, but we actually do not know like what kind of data we'll be receiving, right? There may be some malformed records, not unique records. Yes, in the bronze layer, we actually do not apply any transformation, but at least we can add some test. Because just tell me one thing, you are using a table from the source, okay? And you do not want, forget about transformation. You will at least expect that your table should not have duplicates in the primary key. Because if there are duplicates in the primary key, that is a source problem, that is not your problem. You do not need to deduplicate it, because when you are expecting a primary key in the source table, that means database administrators or any source provider, it can be API provider, database, anyone, it's their responsibility to add a primary key, right? You cannot say, we know how to deduplicate, we can just deduplicate. No. If you are expecting a primary key in the source, that means you need a primary key in the source. If they say that they do not have primary key in the source, that is a different story, right? When they are saying that they have a primary key, that means they need to add it. Let's say they said, hey, in the bronze sales, if I just open this one, if I just run this, so let's say they are saying that we have primary key in this particular table. Okay, and the column will be, let's see the results first of all, and then we can just figure out like what will be the primary key, and then we can just add data test on top of those columns if there's a composite key, or if it's just like single column. Okay, it doesn't matter much. So why it is taking much for the first time? Because obviously the cluster was turned off, so it takes a little bit more time. So sale ID, as you can see, is a primary key here. Sale ID, see, right? So we can just add a test in the sale ID that it should be unique, plus it should be not null. Make sense? And same thing, we can just do it on, let's say, bronze store as well. Let's say bronze store. If I just run this, yes, perfect. Because every store should be unique, right? So we can actually add these kind of tests on the primary keys. Make sense? And then we'll be just adding more and more tests, don't worry. So this is perfect. Makes sense. So now what we're gonna do, we will simply open our properties.yaml file. Okay, and here we have all the models listed, right? Let's add one more model. and it will be bronze sales. Make sense? Okay, and by the way, we can just paste the code as well, like from here. So if I go here, I can simply copy from columns instead of just writing everything again, columns until not null. Perfect. So now if I write this columns is order ID, not really, it was sale ID in our case. Sale ID. Perfect. Should I snooze my no, it's fine. Code completion. So here let's add data test. So what we need to do, we'll simply say, hey, this is my column name and this is sale ID, and then within that we basically you and me, we just want to apply this data test. So we will simply write data tests, and then what type of data test we want to add, unique and not null. Make sense? So let's apply the same thing to our another model that we discussed is bronze sales. Make sense? Okay, very good. And this time it will be store SK. Okay, store SK. And let me just confirm what was the name of this. Fact sales, bronze sales basically. Let me run this because I think it was SK instead of ID. Let's confirm. No, it's fine. Sales ID. Sales ID, not sale ID. Perfect. Perfect. So these are the basically two tests that we have added. Let's say we want to add one more test. What is that test that you want to add? Let's say we want to add test for our another column, which is, if you remember that we have one more column, it's called store name, I guess. Let's say we want to apply a strong check on the store name because sometimes they can just use any different naming space. Okay, they can just use, let's say, another case sensitivity. So we want to make sure that they are using exact store name. Make sense? We want to just make sure this. So what I will do, I will create a data test on top of this as well. Can we do that? Yes. So how? So now I will go to bronze. First of all, it's not sales, it's bronze store. Okay, so this is my model name, and within that I have this column. I will create another column. Let's say name, and then store name. Yes, but this time I don't want to use unique or not null. No, I'll be using a special kind of generic test. It's called accepted values. Accepted values. Make sense? So within that, yes, in YAML we pass the list in the form of dashes, but in this particular case the inline list will be more readable, right? Like this. And the store names are, let's say, Mega Mart, Manhattan, and then we have Mega Mart Brooklyn, and then we have Mega Mart Queens, not Queens. I thought it is reading my file, but now it is just giving me some US city names. Mega Mart Austin, and then Mega Mart San Jose, not San Francisco. San Jose. Oh, we have one in Toronto as well. Nice. It's called Mega Mart Toronto. Okay, nice. So Mega Mart Toronto. Perfect. Toronto. Some people say Toronto. It's not Toronto. It's Toronto. Toronto. The best. Toronto. So now this test is also ready. Accepted values. Okay. Data test. But the thing is you cannot write directly like this, like accepted values. Really? Like you can write, but ideally you can just say, hey, if you just want to add accepted values, then you, I think, pass like one more value. It is called arguments. Okay, and within that you need to pass the values. It is a recent change. It was not in the previous versions. So what you need to write, you simply need to say first of all arguments. Like first accepted values is fine. After accepted values, you can say like this. First of all, let me just remove it. I will say Control X. Okay, so now within the accepted values, just remember the indentation. Hit one more space or basically tab, then simply write arguments. Okay, when you write arguments, wow, spelling, look at the spelling. So when you pass arguments, now within the arguments, you will write something called as values within the arguments. Within the arguments, like just hit one more space and then you will simply write values. And the values will be this list. Let me remove space. So this is the new way to do it. Okay. And why I am seeing this particular color mismatch? Oh, arguments. It's fine. Okay, so this way you can apply multiple data tests to your columns or basically to your source or to anything. So now we have just applied data test to our bronze model. You can apply a test on silver model, on gold model, on seeds and snapshots that we'll be just talking about very, very soon. And this is the way. Let me just save it. So now we want to test it. I will open the terminal. Okay, I will simply say cd ansh dbt YouTube so that I can just enter inside that folder. Now I will simply say DBT test. When I run DBT test, what will happen? DBT test will test all the, you can say, things that we have for this particular model. Make sense? So let's run this command and let's see if all the tests are passed or failed. Okay, let's see. Found 6 models, 5 data tests, 6 sources, 1 of 5 start, 1 fail. Okay, that's fine. Let's see why it failed in test accepted values. Okay, very good. So it is saying it actually failed. Failure in test accepted values, bronze store name, but and whatever. So this test actually failed, and that's not a big deal. If it is failed, it's fine, because we will just make sure like what is the thing that made it failed, and it's a good check that see if we have anything, let's say, which is not relevant, it will be failing. Okay, so now let's see why it failed. It should not be failing. Let me just check the real values in the Databricks. Maybe they are just giving us the cleaner version. So I'll simply go to catalog and DBT tutorial dev, bronze, let's say store, sample data. So value is fine. Manhattan. Okay, I think I wrote the wrong spelling for Manhattan. Yep, it's A, it's not E. See, one wrong value in the source will not allow you to process your data. That's the power of data test, and that's the obvious behavior that we should see. Make sense? DBT test. Now let's run for one more time. Now let's see if it fails. Oh, it failed again. Maybe there's like mismatch. One more time. Got 5 results configured to fail if not equal 0. Completed with 1 error. We just have 1 error. Okay. Only one test failed actually, and other tests are running fine. Pass, start test, unique, bronze, sale ID, store key. Okay. So accepted values is failing. Okay, makes sense. Megamart, Brooklyn, Austin, Megamart, San Jose. Okay. Megamart, Toronto. I think it is fine. Megamart, Austin, Megamart, Toronto. Okay. So now let's cover that particular topic as well. I think this is the right time to cover that. So let's say you are receiving these issues or basically these errors, and if the test fails, it will throw an error. But sometimes you do not want to throw an error. You just want to throw a warning. Maybe this is not much critical to your particular table. This is just, you can say, good to have test, but not like mandatory test. So you can just configure the severity of your test as well. How you can just cover severity of your test, you simply need to add config in your particular test. So let's say you want to add config, let's say here, data test accepted values, and you will simply say here, yes, config, and then you will simply say config. And config, I think if I'm not wrong, it is called severity directly. So these are basically recent changes. So severity is warn. So let's say I just want to warn myself, okay, instead of throwing an error. Now let's try to run this, because this time we know that we have wrong values, but still we should see warning instead of error. And I think accepted values indentation should be like this. Just add one more tab. Yep, because it should be inside accepted values, because this is a property, basically configuration for accepted values data test. Let's see. Let me just first of all save the file, because it will pick only the saved version of the file. So now let me run CD, and I think I will be using this one and DBT test. Let's see. And this time we should see warning instead of failure. Let's see. Okay, perfect. Now we are seeing warning and warn. Now it is not throwing an error. It is saying, hey, you have a warning in test accepted values. Maybe you have some wrong spelling. Maybe you have something that is not expected. So this is basically the warning that we are seeing. And this way you can add the severity. See, at the end it is saying pass equals to 4, warn equals to 1, and error equals to 0. That's how you can just set the severity in your data test. And let's see like what's actually wrong with this. Maybe we have just misspelled anything. Mega Mart, Brooklyn, blah, 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 blah. So it will take time. So let's add test on a different column. That's not a big deal. So let's say I want to add a test on any other column, because I want to see spelling of each alphabet, case sensitivity. So let's say I want to add a test on city, or basically on the country. We know that there will be just 2 countries, USA and Canada, for this particular data store. So let's add those values. Okay. And let's see. So the column name is country. Column name is country. Okay, makes sense. And values will be USA and Canada. And let's use double quotes maybe if it wants double quote, but let's try with this one. If it gives error or maybe basically warning, we will be just trying with the double quotes. Okay, so let's now run DBT test. Perfect. Let's see what we get. Okay, warning. Oh, that is something else. Configuration path exists. Okay. Configuration path exists in your DBT project file which do not apply to any resource. Configuration paths. Okay. Oh, that is just a like normal warning for our DBT project.yaml. That is fine. But all the tests are passed. Yes. So that means there was like some, you can say, whatever your spelling mistake, case sensitivity and all. So we just applied a test on a different particular column. Okay, makes sense. So this way you can actually see all the tests are passed, right? And 0 warning and 0 error. That's how you work with data test. You add severity, you add multiple, you can say conditions on one column. So I have just showed you so many ways to do it, right? So this was all about the generic test. Now let's talk about the singular test. What are singular tests? So now if we talk about singular test, first of all, let me just tell you what are singular tests. Okay. So you understood like these are the generic tests and these are the tests that we apply on the column. Singular tests are like one step ahead. Why? And what's different in particular singular test? Basically, singular test to me, if I want to understand singular test, I will treat singular test as like logical test. Test that can be built for KPIs. Test that can be built for the business. Because these tests are for us, for data engineers. Okay, obviously those tests are obviously for us as well, but though the stakeholder for those tests can be business as well. But business is not responsible for these kinds of tests, unique, not null. Just imagine business success manager or whatever business manager or whatever manager is saying, hey, why do we have nulls? Obviously they cannot, they do not know, right? So now singular tests are like when you want to test a logic, when you want to test a KPI logic, when you just want to test something else which will require multiple columns from multiple tables. It can be literally anything. So just a quick example. So what you do, first of all, in your particular DBT project, you will be having one folder, it's called test. So whatever you will be just writing here, it will be treated as your singular test. Okay, whatever you will be writing here. Yes, you can create generic test as well here. Really, yes, I will just talk about that as well. What are custom generic test? But let's talk about the singular test first of all. So if you just want to create a singular test, you can just think of it like any SQL statement that you want to run as a test. Any, like it can be anything. Let's say you do not want any price greater than or maybe less than 0, okay, which can be like non-negative because price are not non-negative. It can be 0 if like 100% off is there, but you do not want like if something will be there for like, let's say non-zero value. So let's see one test. So let's actually try to build, because only then you will understand it. Okay, and if you will understand it, then only you will crack the interviews, and if you will crack the interviews, only then you will just be happy, and if you are happy, only then I will be happy. So there's a chain, right? So let's say bronze sales. If I just query this table and we want to just make sure that whatever value for this particular column, which is called gross amount, it should not be less than 0. It doesn't make any sense, right? And you need to make sure, because there can be an error on the source side where you are saying, hey, you have just given me the negative value, and just one minus sign can disturb, or I would say disrupt the whole finance sheet, right? One single negative sign. So there's not an error for the values. Just one sign can actually disrupt everything. So we need to make sure. Okay. So how we can just make sure? So obviously we do not have any kind of generic test for non-negative values and all those things. Or basically this is not just like on one column. There can be like multiple columns, multiple logics and multiple things. Let me just run this. Let's say I want to make sure that all these columns should not be negative. Discount amount, okay, and net amount, or let's say gross amount and net amount. And yeah, these two columns, because discount can be negative, maybe you are overcharging. So maths, simple maths. I know you have not studied maths, but trust me. So gross amount and net amount. Okay, so let's create a test. So if you just go to test folder, let's create a file, and I will simply say finance, or basically non-negative test.sql. Let's create this file. So what I will do, I'll simply write select asterisk from, and you know that what are we just using? We are using source. So I will just use Jinja function source, and source name is source Sorus. And then you can simply write bronze, not bronze, I would say fact sales, because that is our, you can say, data. But you know what? We can actually apply this test on top of our bronze model instead of source, because we need to make sure like once the data is loaded in the bronze, it should not be negative. Make sense? So we can just actually apply bronze as well. So now you will learn one more thing. What is that? It is called ref function. Ref function is, so hey, snooze, giving spoilers. So so now let's talk about ref function. Now what is ref function? Ref function is an abbreviation for reference. So we are using source objects using source function. Now from now onwards, we want to use, let's say, models from the bronze layer. And we know that we have all these models: bronze returns, bronze sales, bronze store, and so many other things. How we can just use these models as a source? So there's a function called ref. So I will just use ref, and here you can simply write the model name, which is bronze, and then let's say sales. Make sense? And then I will say, and don't worry, I'll just show you the compiled version of this as well, where gross amount is greater than 0 and no, not greater than 0, less than 0. And I will just tell you why. And net amount, control I to continue with Copilot. Net amount less than 0. Why less than 0? Because in the singular test, it goes in the reverse order. If it will return any record, then it will be treated as a failed test. If it does not return any value, that means it will be treated as a passed test. So obviously we do not want to see any record for less than 0 and less than 0. Make sense? Before running it, I will just show you the compiled version of it. If I click here, compile DBT preview. So this is the compiled version of it. See, so we know that whatever we have in the bronze sales, if we are referring bronze sales, we know that this object is created in this particular catalog and in this particular schema, and the model name is bronze sales. So whatever we are writing here ref, it will be pointed directly to this particular object behind the scenes. Make sense? Good. So now we can simply close it, and now we can simply run it as well, just to make sure like it is running fine. And let's see if it runs. It should run because that's just a Jinja function. So see, we do not have any kind of result. That means it is a passed test. Okay, so this is our test. Now if I just run, let's say DBT test command for one more time, so what will happen? It will include this test as well. DBT test. No DBT project.yaml found at expected path. Obviously, Anshlamba, who will write CD? Oh man. Yep. DBT test. Perfect. So now it is adding this test as well. This time we have 6 tests. Earlier it was only 5 tests, right? And 6 tests, as you can see, unique, bronze, blah, blah, blah. And I think this test is here. Non-negative test. See, this is passed. Run and then pass. Make sense? That's how you can define your singular test. And just imagine, as I just mentioned, this select statement can be so complex. There can be multiple joins, there can be nested subqueries, there can be so many KPIs, so many custom functions, literally anything. Singular test, that's why I just treat them as logical test, or basically the alerts. Let's say you are finding something, right? And if you see your profit goes down by 20%, you want to fail everything. That can be a test, right? Because you cannot expect profit less than 20%. Like obviously in the real world it is less than 20%, but that's it. So this way you can build your singular test. Make sense? Make sense? Now let's talk about the custom generic test. That's an advanced topic, but I want to cover this as well. So if I just go to the documentation, let's see custom generic test. Custom generic test DBT. Custom compile. Oh wow, man, what a search engine. Writing custom generic data test. Wow. So writing custom generic data test, very good. So now it is saying, as I just mentioned, that if you just want to create custom generic data test, you have to use test directory. Okay. And what you need to do, basically, let me just tell you, you have to create a generic folder within the test folder, so that it will be treated as your generic data test, but it will be a customized. So far we have just 4 generic tests: not null, unique, accepted values, and relationship. But let's say you want to create a custom generic test for non-negative, because you know that non-negative is another very common scenario, common test for your organization. So you can pre-build your generic test, and it will be a customized one, and you can use it in the same way that you use other generic test. Wow, literally wow. So here, let's see some more things. And this is the way that we just create the generic data test. Basically, this is a kind of macro, a kind of macro with the test keyword that we need to create. Obviously, we haven't covered macro yet, but there's nothing special in it, because only 2 lines are reserved for macro. One is the top one, and the second one is this one. See, and other things are exactly the same. Make sense? So what you need to do here, you will simply write your select statement that you are writing, like select column, and it will be dynamic because you are just creating a generic test that you can just use anywhere, literally anywhere. So you will be using column name, then model, and then whatever. And then you can simply say, hey, it should not return anything. Make sense? Make sense? Make sense? So I know it is a little bit complex, but don't worry. Let me just show you, then you will understand it. Okay. So we are here back in our VS Code editor. So let's try to create the customized generic test. Okay. Make sense? So for that, what I will do, I will simply create a directory within this test folder. I will simply call it as generic because this is mandatory. Okay. Generic. And within this generic, whatever I will be just writing here will be treated as my customized generic test. Let's create a file within this and I will name it as, let's say, generic and then non-negative. Make sense? .sql. Very good. So now we simply need to first of all write our SQL statement. Select asterisk from our table name or whatever that we want. Okay. So here obviously it will be, let's say, table. Make sense? Make sense? Okay. Very good. And in this case, it can be model because in this particular test, you remember we referred the model. So let's say we just wrote model. Very good. And we want where any column on which we want to apply this test. Let's say column should be less than 0. Why? Because if it returns anything, that means it is failed. So you know this thing. Now we need to convert this simple thing into a customized generic test using a macro. So it is very simple. You simply need to write, let's say, this and then test, and you can write here percentage instead of writing double quotes. So this is basically the function that you will be just writing. It's called test, and after test you need to give a name. Like if you just follow my guidance, I will just ask you to keep the test name and file name same for better code management. I will simply call it as generic non-negative. Perfect. So this is my test name. Okay. And this is basically the macro. Macro means functions. If you create a function in Python, it is equivalent to macro here. Okay. In Jinja, I will just pass two parameters. One is model. The second one is column. Make sense? So these are basically two parameters. So obviously we need to remove this particular thing here. So what we need to write, we need to say, hey, the model is not hard-coded model, because just use your common sense. If you're writing select asterisk from model, it will look for model as a table, but you need to say, hey, this is a variable. Just use model here. Simple. And same with column as well. Let's say like this. Simple. Simple. Okay. And then you need to simply write end test. End test. Perfect. That's it. Let me just show you the compiled version of it. So what it is referring, obviously it will not give you anything because we have not passed the value. We have not called this function. This is just basically the you can say coded version of this particular macro. Okay. And if you just go to your documentation page, you can see like everything is same. This is a test and then the function or basically macro name, and we are just using model and column name right like this. And it's not column, it's like column name. So we can just correct it. And it should be exactly same. Yes, it should be exactly same because this is a macro that we are building for customized generic test. Okay. Then column name here as well. Perfect. Just correct it. Perfect. So this is basically the generic test that we have built. If I go to my project, basically properties YAML file, let's say I want to add this particular generic test to my column. And which column? I want to apply that particular test on gross amount. Okay. I want to apply this on gross amount. And I will simply say data tests, and it will become, what is the test name? What is the test name that we will be using now? What is the test name? It is called generic non-negative. Perfect. That's it. That's it. And here is not enough. Why? Because if you remember, we need to pass two parameters as well, right? Column and model name, basically model and column name. But actually you are passing both the parameters. How? This is the model name here and this is the column name. So it will automatically pass both the parameters. Okay. But you are passing it. Do not feel like you're not passing the values. If I run DBT test now, let's see what happens. CD and then DBT test. And this time we have 7 data test. Perfect. And 6, 7. Perfect. It's working fine. You can see our test, which is called generic non-negative bronze test. This is the one, and it passed. Hey Siri, shut up. Oh man. So this is all about your generic, customized generic data test. I hope you got all the data testing in DBT. So now let's see what are DBT Seeds. I know, very fancy name, and you know what? It's very simple and very handy thing. Very handy thing. What are DBT Seeds? Have you ever worked with the lookup files, lookup tables? You can say mapping tables, mapping files. No? Very good. Slow claps. So if yes, very good. So basically, what are these things? These are basically, you can say, same thing in DBT. So if you have worked with mapping tables can be, let's say, parameter files. It can be treated as like just for the lookup, anything which is very small, which is very static, which will rarely change. So you do not want to load that data from the source and do something. It is for your particular reference. It is for your particular development. That is called a mapping table, and that is the same thing, but we have a fancy name, DBT Seeds. And I love this name. I love this name, DBT Seeds. So what are DBT Seeds? So let's say you have a mapping table. It can be literally anything. It can be, let's say, mapping table for categories. It can be mapping table for, let's say, anything, literally anything. Okay, because they're like infinite use cases for mapping tables. It can be literally anything, bro. So what we do in DBT Seeds, DBT says if you want to work with mapping tables, lookup files, whatever that you use to store in your platforms, let's say any platform, AWS, Azure, GCP, Databricks, anywhere, you can store those things in DBT Seeds as well. How? So you just need to create CSV files. Okay, CSV files, simple CSV files, and those CSV files will be used to create your mapping table in your desired schema. In your desired schema and catalog, because we can just configure it. Okay, so this is the concept of DBT Seeds. Simple. You will say, Anshlamba, this is so simple. Obviously, this is so simple because you need to hit that subscribe button, because I'm just making it simple for you. So desired schema, okay, and desired catalog, and it will create a mapping table on top of the CSV file, and everything will be automated, as you know about DBT, right? So let's see how we can just work with DBT Seeds and using a real use case. Okay, let's see. So this is our basically lovely DBT project. Okay, so now what we need to do, we have, yes, a dedicated folder for seeds as well. That is why I told you that all these folder structure can be modified, but it is perfect. It is perfect. Do not change it. So if you go inside seeds, you can create a file. It's called, let's say, mapping.csv. Now it should not be exactly called as mapping. Okay, it's not like that. You can just give any name. Let's say lookup.csv. It can be lookup.csv, right? It can be literally anything. And within that, you just need to create a CSV. CSV means comma separated values, right? You didn't know the full form of CSV? Oh man, come on, man. So what can be the good example? Let's say you are storing any information. Any information. Let's say, let's create a pseudo dummy table. Okay, so let's say you are storing something called as customer information. Okay, we already have customer table, but let's imagine. I know you are really good at imagination. So let's say customer ID. Okay, perfect. See, love you, man. So this is our CSV. Let me save this. So I have this CSV file within the seeds. If I now run my model, it will not create that seed. Why? Because we have special command for it. It's called DBT seed. But you know what? It will create everything in the default schema and default catalog. Oh, so Anshlamba, do we need to configure the schema for seeds as well? Perfect. Yes. So if I go to dbt project.yaml, the same way that we have done for models, we need to do it for seeds as well. I will simply write seeds. Okay. And then I will simply write my DBT project name. Perfect. And within this, I will simply say plus schema, and schema will be, let's say, bronze, because I want to just save it in the bronze. Make sense? So now let me just save it. You can also create a properties file within the seeds as well. It's fine. But for seeds, it is like obviously good to have it here. So to my understanding, you should define your schemas and all in the project, at the project level, because it is very easy to look. But yes, if you want to save or basically change the schema or basically anything, you can obviously either create properties or config block. Simple. Okay, so this is fine. Let me just run the seed, DBT seed. Okay, so let me run this. Let's see what happens. Obviously error. Obviously, who will write cd command, man? DBT seed. Perfect. So let's see. It is saying, okay, concurrency one thread found 6 models. Okay. So now configuration path existing in DBT project file, which do not apply to any resource, that we know. Yeah. Bro, silver and gold are those things. So you need to wait. It is just creating that particular table. And whenever it creates a new table, it takes time. It takes time. And you can literally see that table in Databricks, and I will just show you. Don't worry. So here, let's wait. And here we have 7 data tests, 6 models, 1 seed, 6 sources. Either like, I think, yeah, earlier I think it was just 0 seed, right? But now you are seeing 1 seed as well, and 6 sources. Perfect. Makes sense a little bit about why do we need seed, how to use seed. Okay. So meanwhile, it is just creating these things and taking some time. So let me just take you to the DBT seed. Let's see if we find anything that will be important to you, because I know you are pro, you know everything. So add seeds to your DAG, and seeds are CSV files in your DBT project, typically in your seeds directory that DBT can load into your data warehouse using DBT seed command. Simple. Same thing we have just done. Okay. And it is saying you can also use the seed. That is very important. That is my second step that I will just tell you. Once seed is created, how we will be using the seed within our DBT project, same way you use other models using ref function. No difference, zero difference. So as you can see, this is the command to use the seed. Simple. Let's see. Okay, complete successfully. This is done. Let's see if it has created the seed for us. If I go to catalog, if I go to my catalog, bronze table, do I have lookup table? Yes. See, it has created the seed with the same name that I have the file. Simple lookup. Make sense? Very good. Now let me just show you one more thing within the DBT. You will be seeing one folder. It is called analysis. What is this thing? Analysis? Basically, remember, let's say I want to run one SQL query. I do not want to include that SQL query in my building of project or building of objects, but I still want to have one quick folder where I can just go and run any query, and that query will not be the part of my development, but it is for my reference. If I just want to come again and use the same query, the same thing we can do it in the analysis folder. See, it is an empty folder. Let's say I want to create one simple quick query. I will simply say one, or basically let's say one explore. Okay, explore.sql. So this particular SQL file will not be used anywhere, nowhere, but it will be here for my reference. Let's say I want to see what data I have in the seed command. Let's say select asterisk from ref, not bronze sales, lookup. Okay, I want to run this. Let's say save, and let me just run it. Okay, just to see the output. Like, what is the output? I know, like, it is the lookup. Okay, so this is the data. Perfect. So now I do not want to include this particular query in any corner of my project. No, but I want to keep this particular file for the analysis, for the quick queries, for, you can say, quick building queries, anything, literally anything, bro. Whatever, what should I say? Like, literally anything. That's why it is called analysis folder. If you want to analyze your data, but you do not want to include that in your project, that is the thing that you do under the analysis folder. Make sense? Make sense? And this way, this query is now saved here. It's not going anywhere. No. but it will not be used anywhere in your project. It's just for your reference. Make sense? So this way you also saw like how you can use lookup or basically seeds using ref function, the same way that you use other models. Make sense? Make sense? I hope. So now let's commit these changes. We have made a lot of changes. Okay. So now what I will do, I will open my terminal and do not need to write CD because we are just committing everything, including these things as well. So I will simply say, and you are on the feature branch, make sure. Okay. So I will simply say git add dot get commit -m, and we will say, what did we learn in this particular section? Seeds, and we learned about tests, etc. Okay, perfect. So all are committed, and now it's time to learn about Jinja. Let's explore Jinja and macros in detail. Okay, and then you will be master. You will become master of Jinja and macros. Trust me, it's fun. It's very fun. And after learning Jinja, you will understand the power of DBT. That is, you can say the main power of DBT. You can make templates and all those things. Okay. So before that, hold on. You can actually see the lineage as well. Let me just show you. If you run this command, you can see the lineage as well for seed. If you click on reset, basically this is just a file. If you just go to seeds here, and if you just click on lineage, a valid DBT file, etc. blah blah blah. Oh man, it is like you just need to click on reset and you will also see the lineage. And I have already shown the lineage, so that is fine. But yeah, you can see the lineage as well. And don't worry, all those things will be covered when you're just building silver and gold here, because you will see the entire lineage. I love lineage because it is a great thing. Okay. And yes, don't worry, we're going to cover target snapshots as well. And this target folder, as you can see, we have so many things now in the run. We have test, we have seeds, we have models. So all those things that we are building here, everything is being stored here in the form of not logs, basically the queries that are being used. So if you just go to test, you will see this test query was actually used to run your non-negative test.sql, which is a singular test. See, this is your query. Select count asterisk, this from this, select asterisk from this. So this is the way it runs your singular test. Make sense? So this is the way to look at the queries. Each query is here. Nothing is hidden from you. Nothing is like behind the curtains. No, everything is in front of you. You just need to find the curtains. Okay. And you know how to clean this. So that is also done. So far, so good. And I am happy that you're learning a lot in the world of DBT. Okay. So now let's see what are Jinja and macros. So let's talk about Jinja. Finally, what is Jinja? Jinja is basically, you can say, a framework, kind of framework for basically it is a templating framework, or basically template framework, which is, or basically a framework which is used to build the templates. If you are from software engineering background, if you have done your BTech, and I would say a lot of you would have done BTech, because a very few people are there in tech who have not done BTech. I am one of those, so it's fine. So if you have done BTech, you would have, like, you can say, seen Jinja in your college days, in your university days. What is Jinja? You use, or basically any developer uses Jinja mostly with HTML. Okay. Whenever they just want to make dynamic web pages, they use Jinja to pass dynamic content in their web pages, because this is a templating language. But it is not like you can only use Jinja with, you can say, HTML only. No, Jinja is Jinja. Jinja is a templating framework. You can put any stuff within that Jinja. That's it. You can connect your Jinja with HTML. You can connect your Jinja with Python. Obviously, you would need to download some dependencies to render the template for Jinja. And in HTML, it is like automatically there. So yeah, whenever you just build Flask applications, you use Jinja a lot. Okay, so this is like Jinja. In short, if you have not done BTech, so I can feel you. Okay, so Jinja is like a templating framework in which so if you have used Python list comprehensions to pass dynamic content, I would say this is a better way to do it, or I would say more professional way to do it using Jinja. Make sense? Make sense? Okay. By the way, yeah, just opt for some different degrees as well. BTech is not everything. And I think nowadays in the world of AI, BTech is not actually very, very relevant, because I don't know like why big universities are not updating their syllabus. I'm not saying like all those syllabus are not important, but they need to integrate some things which are relevant for the modern world. But before going to the universities, we need to update the syllabus of schools. So obviously that is the reason, like even after cracking the top, you can say the most difficult entering examination, which is JEE, students studying in those biggest universities still opt for the online boot camps, and that is the reality of the education system, because they are not getting the education which is actually relevant, or maybe there are not much resources available in those big universities. I don't know what's the gap, but I know like there is a gap why those biggest universities, so the students still opt for online boot camps. And that is why I don't know, like obviously I didn't go to that university, so how I can just comment, but I know there's a gap. And who will fill that gap? Obviously someone. Okay. And yeah, there are like so many gaps. I'm just trying to fill a very small gap, that is for data engineering. Okay, that's it. Big data, data engineering, cloud, all those things. Okay, Anshlamba, if you get a chance to go to those universities, will you go like as a speaker or as a mentor? Obviously, I would love to, because I would be very, very raw on the stage, and I will definitely spit some facts. I don't care like who is listening, whoever the principal or whatever is listening. Okay, so okay, let's talk about those things in the upcoming days. Okay, so now let's explore Jinja. So first of all, let me just take you to the, you can say, backbone of Jinja that we gonna use in DBT. I will simply search DBT for loops, let's say, because for loops if conditions are the most used versions, and I want to see the Jinja. DBT for loops, Jinja for loops. Perfect. Templating, designer, documentation. Okay, let's see this. So this is Jinja, and as I just mentioned that this is primarily used with dynamic HTML content, but Jinja is Jinja. Okay, so as you can see that there is a for loop written, and this is your Jinja code. Whatever is written inside it, it doesn't care. It can be HTML, it can be Python, it can be JavaScript, it can be anything. It can be any code. It will simply put this thing. Okay, and it doesn't need to worry like how you will be just rendering it, because rendering will be taken place by your interpreter. Make sense? You need to import libraries who can read this Jinja. We have like multiple libraries in Python for rendering Jinja, and the same thing I think DBT is also leveraging with SQL Jinja, so that is fine. Okay, so this is like a kind of for loop. There are like so many things that we're gonna just see in this particular example. Okay, so now let me just take you to the Jinja with respect to DBT. So this is the official documentation for Jinja and macros in DBT. Okay, so this is the overview. You can combine SQL with Jinja at templating language. As I just mentioned, using Jinja turns your DBT project into a programming environment for SQL. That means you will feel that you do not need to write those static SQL commands. No, you can actually perform proper programming, for loops, if conditions, case statements, all those things with respect to SQL. And obviously in SQL, we know that we do not have these capabilities. We do not have capabilities to run for loops and all those things. But with Jinja, we can do this. And this is a game-changing thing. Let me be very honest with you. It's an amazing thing. Okay, so getting started and blah, blah, blah. So first of all, let me just take you to, so now let's talk about Jinja in the real world. We just got the, you can say, high level understanding. Now it's time to just actually explore it in our DBT project. Okay, by the way, Jinja is amazing. I don't know like why, like, okay, I don't know. So let's talk about Jinja. So let me just create, first of all, a simple Jinja in the analysis folder, because obviously we do not want to save that particular Jinja, but I want to just show you how it works. So let's create a file within this. I will say Jinja 1, or let's say one Jinja or Jinja 1. Let's say Jinja1.sql. Okay, makes sense. So this is our Jinja.sql. Jinja1.sql basically. So we're gonna create a Jinja here. So how we can just create? Let's get started with it. So first of all, treat Jinja, or basically treat Jinja SQL, or basically you can say treat Jinja as adding the programming capability on top of your SQL. That is missing, right? That is missing. And as we all know, like SQL is very, very powerful, but it lacks in the programming capabilities and all. So let's say I want, in the programming world, we start with variables, right? So how we can just create variables within Jinja? It is very simple. You will start with mustache syntax, basically double. Oh man, I need to snooze this bro. Okay, so now it's fine. So whenever we just use double curly braces, it is called mustache syntax. Okay, so if I just want to create a variable, I will simply say set variable, let's say variable 1, or let's say variable name, whatever. Okay, set variable name equals to, let's say I want to say anshlamba. Make sense? So you can just set your variable, basically create your variable. Now obviously whenever you just work with programming world, you just set so many things, right? In the, like, you can say variables. So now there's like one change that you need to make. What's that? Whenever you use double quotes, yes, like not double quotes, basically double curly braces, it is fine. But whenever you are defining something, it is the rule of thumb that you have to use percentage. Okay, so just replace this with the percentage sign, and that's it. Make sense? Let me just save it. And if you just want to see the result of it, obviously you will not see anything. So now let's print this variable, and now you will be using. So remember, whenever you want to use any variable, you use it within the double curly braces. I will simply say var name. Make sense? Okay, so this will print this. Whenever you want to develop anything using for loop, if conditions, set variable, you have to use curly braces with percentage sign. Okay, so I cannot run this because this will not run anything, but yes, I can compile it. So I will simply click on this compile button and I will see anshlamba. Make sense? So now you will observe one thing. There is a very small thing and it is optional, but it makes your code more readable. You are seeing 2 empty lines there. Why? Do you know why? Because you have 2 empty lines here as well. If you want to get rid of this thing, you can simply add a minus sign after this percentage and before this percentage, like this. Now if you just say compile, it will, like, obviously you do not have this variable name here. If you just, let's say, paste variable name here, and if you run this, now you will see that it will paste it. What? Wait, I think it is not refreshed. So this is variable name. Okay, makes sense. And let me just go here, Control S, save. Are you kidding me, bro? Are you kidding me? So let me just add minus here as well. By the way, it is not required, but yeah. Control S. Oh, I told you it is a refresh issue. So if I just click here now, it should just return it in the first line. That doesn't make any sense if it returns in the third line. So just refresh it. Sometimes it takes time. So this was like a very basic use case. Let me just level up. Okay, Jinja2.sql. Perfect. So now let's explore how we can just run a loop, because whenever we just think about programming interface, programming language, programming capabilities, we always think about for loops, because we work with big data. We work with so many entities in one, you can say, file in one particular notebook. So let's talk about for loop, how we can just run loops within Jinja. So let's say I have a list. It can be any list. Let's say apples. Okay, apples. So let's store all the apples. Let's put, I don't like Fuji. I like Gala. Then we have, I think, Red Delicious. Yep, Red Delicious. And then I think we have one more, which was Honey Dew, I guess. Fuji is nice. Like sometimes it is fine, sometimes it is not. And then we have Kala. Oh yeah, we have Macintosh as well. I don't like Macintosh, but it is like very sour, but some people like it. So that's it. Or should we add more apples, more types of apples? Let's say Honeycrisp. Honeycrisp is like the most expensive one, by the way. Okay, Anshlamba, how do you know these many types of apples? How? So basically I used to work in the store and I used to just put all the types of apples on the shelves. So I know like all these things. So I used to just open big boxes of apples, and I used to just put like Gala in this shelf, Red Delicious in this shelf, Fuji in this. Fuji was like very seasonal, so I used to rarely see Fuji apples. Macintosh was like, I don't like Macintosh. Honeycrisp was like most expensive one, so I know all these things. Yeah, your boy has worked in the stores, and I used to just put all those types of apples in the shelves. So I know a lot about these kinds of things like fruits, apples, and different types of things. Okay, so yeah, it is what it is. So now let's say I want to just print all the types of apples, but dynamically. Okay, so how we can just do that? So I will simply say percentage, okay, for same way, the same syntax you use for Python, same is here for I in apples. Okay, now you do not need to write like this apples. Why? Because you are already inside this curly brace, so you do not need to write it again and again. Make sense? Because this is not like a kind of variable that you're using here. For I in apples, and I want to show I is just the iterated value of apples. Then I will simply write end loop, or basically not end loop, and for, I guess, and for loop and for. I can just check, no worries. So this will give me the values dynamically. Let me just compile it. Okay, so I can see apples, I can see I. Okay, oh, makes sense. So here I can simply say, what is I? I is just, you can say I, like it's just a string, because whatever you write here like this, blah, 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 all these things will be treated as a string. If you want to actually use variable within like particular loop, you have to write something like this. Let's say this, and for compare. Okay, so now I can say that something is, I think it is not end for, or basically it is not end loop. Let me just confirm. I think it was end for or end loop. Let me just check, because I know if I just go on the search engine, I will never find it. So I think, let me just check. I saved it somewhere. It's end for. Okay, it is fine. Oh, okay, end for. Okay, makes sense. Okay, so basically the thing is, obviously, if in order to just run this, we need to just apply some SQL commands or anything, because this will not show you anything, because once the for loop is over, how you will just see that, right? And for that, let's actually create a real list inside the Jinja, and let's actually run, you can say, a select statement, a kind of select statement. Or I do not want to just directly show you the select statement, because you can be confused, because for some people it can be confusing. So let me just first of all show you without select statement. Percentage, okay, here. Okay, set, yep, oops, perfect. So now let me just save it and let me just show you. Okay, perfect. Now we have Gala, Red Delicious, Fuji, Macintosh, Honeycrisp. Okay, and if you want to remove the extra space, you already know how you can just remove that. It is by here. You can add minus sign here, and that's it. And just refresh it, it takes some time. So yeah, that's how you can just run a loop within this. Okay, now second, or basically third thing, which is very used whenever we just work with, you can say, programming languages, whenever we just talk about programming capabilities, we always talk about something called as if conditions, right? So let's say I want to run a loop over this apples list, but I want to only show if the apple name is not Macintosh, because I do not like Macintosh. Okay, so how we can just do that? It's very simple. Let me just make some room. Okay, so I will simply add one more if condition after this. So I will simply say, and just for the indentation, I am adding if condition at this level so that you can understand it. Okay, so it will be like this, if, and I can say I equals, let's say not equals, basically not equals Macintosh or anything. Macintosh, if that is not equal, right? Then I want to print, then and this auto completion is like bro. Okay, if this is not equals to Macintosh, only then print I, otherwise print nothing, because it's just a if condition. But if you want to just add elif, you can also add that. Okay, so let's add else condition just to make the code, you can say, more readable or more nice. It's not like recommended to add every time else, because in the programming world we do not write else every time, but just to show you, you can write else like this. Okay, and then else you can say I. So this time what it will do, it will write I hate whatever is Macintosh. Okay, and this way you can combine your string and your variable. So if you observe one thing, I have used string with this variable, so it is equivalent to using f string in Python, similar to this. Let's say f and then this I hate and then a variable. If in Python you just use single curly brace, in this particular Jinja you use double curly brace. Not a big deal, like this. Simple. It is equivalent to this. Makes sense. So let's run it now and let's see what we get. Okay, so we got Gala, Red Delicious, Fuji, and in the Macintosh we got I hate Macintosh. Okay, makes sense. So that's how you can run loops, and you can now actually build your dynamic SQL statements. Now let's take a very real world example, and this is like an end-to-end example which will clear all of your Jinja concepts basically, and this will set a very strong base for your future. Whenever you just want to use Jinja with DBT, you can easily use that, because this is one of those things which are almost used every single day. Okay, so let's create one more file in the analysis, and I will call it as Jinja 3.sql. Perfect. So within this, let's say we want to incrementally load the data. Okay, incrementally load the data. Okay, makes sense. And we want to incrementally load the data from the bronze model. Let's say from this particular model called bronze sales. Okay, let me just open this model and let me just show you what do we have in this particular model, because I just want to see whatever columns we have. Okay, let's wait. And you should know the concept of incremental loading. If not, I will just give you a very quick glimpse of it. It's not a rocket science. Okay, I sometimes like let me share till in the meantime it is running. So oh man, it was a very interesting topic. Do you want to hear that? Let me just tell it. So we do not have a date here, but we have a date key. If you see date sk, and how many date sk we have? Okay, so for example, we will be using this date sk column for our incremental loading. Okay, so I was just saying, if you just want to hear, otherwise you can just skip 1 to 2 minutes. So I was just saying, say, whenever we just want to explain something to anyone, let's say we want to explain something new to anyone, okay, and if it is challenging, or let's say even if it is not challenging, we always say, hey, it is not a rocket science, it is very easy. It is not a rocket science, it is very easy. It is not a rocket science, it is doable. I sometimes think about those people who are actually studying rocket science, because this has been fed into their mind, because even if rocket science is easy, I know it is not easy, but just think about their mentality. They know that it is difficult. They know, like, this is the example that is given to every single person. Hey, this is doable. This is not rocket science. Just think about those who are just studying rocket science. Just think about the mentality that you have developed for them. So cruel, man. So now let's get back to our Jinja. So let's say we want to just incrementally load the data from the bronze sales. Okay. So first of all, in the real world, in the data engineering world, we do not create two different processing units for incremental data loading for the initial run and the incremental run. If you know about the fundamentals of data engineering, I expect that you know something. Okay. So we do not create two different units, or basically two different processing notebooks and all. We want to process our initial load and incremental load both in the single notebook. Okay, so we create a kind of flag. Let's say init flag. Okay, init flag equals to 0 or 1. And how we can just create variables in Jinja? We know that. Oh man, let me just snooze it. Yeah. So now let me just show you. You can simply say set init load, or basically you can say incremental load or incree flag. Okay, by default this value is 1 because initially you will be just loading the whole data, right? So this value is 1. Perfect. And we also have one value which is called last load date. Okay, last load. Okay, now we do not have date, so we have a date key. So let's say the last load date was with ID 3. Makes sense. Very good. Now I'll be writing this query, select asterisk from, and we know that what we want to use, we want to use ref function, right? Ref bronze sales. Bronze sales. Perfect. But here is the thing, if it is an incremental load or if it is an initial load, you need to complete your query accordingly. So now here we will be using if condition. We will be saying if, okay, because now is the role of Jinja. So here I will say if, you can say incremental flag equals to 1. If it is 1, that means this is, you can say incremental load. Okay, let's say 0. Okay, if it is an equals to 0, that means you do not want to perform incremental load. This is just an initial load. Then you will do actually nothing. Actually nothing. Makes sense? You can simply write 1 equals to 1. It will do nothing, right? Okay, this is one way of doing it. More professional way is just treat it with the incremental load directly. So this is the query that will be running if incremental flag equals to 0. That means full load. But if it is an incremental load, then we will be just processing like this. Where, what was the key column? I forgot. Let me just run it. I think it was date sk, if I'm not wrong. Date sk. Yeah, date sk. Okay. So then we will be saying date. Let me just close it. Don't say. Yeah. So we'll be saying date sk greater than what? Variable. Which variable? Last load. Okay, makes sense. And that's it. Then we'll be saying end if. End if. Perfect. So this is the way you can do this thing. Let me just click on compile and let's see what query it has returned. So it has created this query, select asterisk from this table where, oh, I forgot to add where. Let me add where. Yep. Here, let's add where. Perfect. So now it is saying where, hey, oh man, just refresh it. Just refresh. It takes some time. So you can imagine like it will be where here, obviously, because we have added it here. So it will be where date sk greater than 3 because it is an incremental load. How do we know? Because we have set it to 1. Make sense? Make sense? So this is the way that we can actually do it. If you want to make it more professional, and it will be a challenging one, but Anshlambacollab is here, your boy, your brother is here. Let me just tell you. So let's say from this particular model, you do not want to pull all the records. You do not want to write select asterisks. You want to pull only, let's say, specific columns, right? So let's create the list of specific columns that we want to pull. Make sense? I will say set columns list equals, and let's define the list of columns. Let's say I want to pull date sk. I want to pull sales ID. Okay, makes sense. I want to pull sales ID and I want to also pull, let's say, order amount and so many things, right? Let's say we want to pull these 3 columns. Makes sense. So what I will do here, I will not write asterisks. I will run a loop to dynamically call the columns. How? I will say for I and like this, for I in columns list. Okay. And within that, I will run basically a loop on top of this. So I will simply say I want to return I and I want to return a comma. Simple. And let's actually run this. There's an issue with this. I will just let you know what's that. And oh man, this is still not refreshed. What is this? Oh man, let me just refresh the window. Command palette, refresh, reload window. Okay, let's see. Let me run this. So it is taking some time. Let's wait for it to load. Oh man, it will open, I think, multiple screens now. So let's wait. It is activating extensions. Oh yeah, see, I told you. Let me close all of these. Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. And now here we want to say end 4, obviously. Perfect. Now let's see the version. And if again I need to just reload it. See, these are you can say some of the drawbacks of using free versions, because it is not very, we have to use extensions, and extensions are like not very all the time very, you can say, helpful. Reload window. Sometimes it becomes really slow. Sometimes it is fine. So now it is activating extension. Let's wait. Okay. Let's wait. Okay. Parsing on DBT. Okay, perfect. Let me just open this. Perfect. Now this is my query, which is dynamically created. There is just one issue. Anshlamba, there is no issue. Just run it. Shut up. There is one issue. Let me just tell you. So basically, if you see in our last column, should we enter comma? No. That is against our SQL syntax. Exactly. So here we will be using an inbuilt function of the Jinja for loop. It is called for, or basically loop.last. Let me just check. Loop.last. Jinja. It is not a DBT function. It is a Jinja function. Okay. Loop.last. Okay. Yeah. Here. Where is that? Like, I know I can simply use it, and you can just, because these search engines are like becoming so good nowadays. I know that. Let's say, yeah, this is still better. Yeah, it is saying loop.last. I told you. So we need to say only add comma if it is not the last item of the loop. Loop.last is nothing but just an inbuilt function that will return true or false on the basis of the position of the iterated value. If that would be the last element, it will say yes, otherwise false. So I'll simply say this comma. Let me first of all remove this comma, and I will now add. See, it is so smart. It knows what I want to just type. So I'll simply say if not loop.last, then only add this comma. Which comma? If you can see it here. See, otherwise do not add a comma. Okay, let me now run this. And Anshlamba, you have to refresh. You have to refresh your window. Okay, let's wait. It should work. And this is, you can see, your base of Jinja. Okay, once you know all these things that I have just discussed, I will tell you, go through this video, like go through this section of the video multiple times, because it is really new to many people. And let me be very honest, it was new to me as well. Like, not really new. I really knew Jinja before jumping onto DBT. But yeah, when you use it with SQL statements, it is really new, because you would have never used these kinds of functions. Even if you are from software engineering background, you would not have used these particular functions in your SQL, in your, you can say, data engineering stuff, right? So I would recommend you to just practice and just play with it. Now we do not have a comma, and that's what we want. Okay. So now if I run this, what will happen? Because this is just a compiled version, right? Let's see the result. If we have any errors while running it, and I do not expect anything, but yeah. Yes, a column variable or function name with order amount cannot be resolved. Yeah, so this is not a syntactical issue. There's like the wrong column name. So we can simply say gross amount, simple, instead of order amount. So nothing is wrong on the, you can say, Jinja and DBT side. So let's see. So perfect. We have got the dynamic value, okay, for our DBT Jinja function. Very good. So that's all about Jinja. And now let's talk about macros in Jinja. What are macros? Basically, macros are equivalent to functions in Python or in any programming language. Okay. So what's so special in that? Nothing special. You can just reuse your code. Why? Okay. What's so special? What's so special in the functions? Obviously, we create functions so that we can reuse our logic. Similarly, we can create functions in the Jinja so that we can reuse the logic. Okay, and it can be any macro. Okay, let me first of all show you how you can just create a macro. So let's create macro 1, and don't worry, the real macro will be there in the macro directory, but just to show you, or let's directly create it there. Okay, let's directly create it there. So let's go to macros and let's create our first macro. We already have one macro, by the way, generate schema, if you remember, and we didn't create it, we just copy pasted it because it is the recommended way to change the schema name. Okay, so this is also kind of macro, and this is the macro that always gets run whenever we just want to populate anything. Okay, sorted. So let's create our first macro. So first macro will be very simple. Let's say first macro, and let's give it a very good name. Okay, so let's call it as, because I'm going to use it in my silver layer, so I will simply say multiply. Okay, multiply. Yeah, multiply.sql. Let's say you want to just create a macro for multiplication, because in the fact table you create so many, you can say, aggregations based on some calculations. So you do not want to reuse, or basically, obviously you want to reuse the code, but you do not want to rewrite the code again and again. Okay, so let's try to write the code. So that slang, I love that slang. Which slang? So now what we need to do, we will simply say, I'm really bad at that slang. So let me first of all snooze this. Okay, so now what you need to do, you will simply write a macro. Okay, perfect. And now you will be writing macro name. Similarly, when you write def and function name, right? Same. Let's say I want to create this multiply. I will recommend you to keep the macro name and file name for better code management, because when you're learning, it doesn't matter, but when you develop the things, it actually matters a lot. So now whenever we just create a function, we pass some parameters because we expect some values. I will say column 1, column 2. Make sense? Okay. Column 1, column 2, simple. So this is our parameters. And what we need to do, what we need to return, I want to return, obviously this is a variable. So I will simply say column 1. Otherwise, remember, if you do not encapsulate this in double curly braces, it will treat it as a string. I will say column 1 multiply column 2. Make sense? And let's say end macro. And macro. And macro. Perfect. So this is our macro. Make sense? Okay, makes sense. So this is our macro, and how we can just run that. Obviously we need something to call it, maybe a kind of select statement or anything. Let's go to analysis and to just test it. Let's go to Jinja 3, not Jinja 3. Let's create a new file, and I'll simply say query macro. Query macro.sql. Now you will be feeling how important this folder is, because you want to just test so many things. I will simply say select. Let's say now how I can just use the macro. I just need to simply use the macro name. It's multiply. Okay, and I think we also need to create the macro before using it, because there's a way we can just use it. So when we just create the macros, we also need to just run something like, let's say maybe dbt run or something, so that it will be populated. But I'm not sure, maybe it is like automatically populated. Let me just go and test. Multiply, let's say 10 and 50. Okay, as test column. Simple. I want to just run this. So what will happen now? So this is my compiled code. Makes sense. If I just run this, what will happen? I should see 500 as total column. No, multiply on search path. Cannot resolve routine multiply on search path. I think we need to first of all create this macro. This is what I think, because obviously in order to create this macro, let me just go on documentation, because this is also like macros in Jinja in DBT. Jinja and macros. Okay, macros. Okay, and macro and okay. Okay, we put it in the macros. Okay, so our logic is also ready. Model which uses macro might look like this. Okay, this would compile to this one. Okay, amount this using a macro from a package. We are not talking about packages right now, I know that, so that is fine. Use Jinja naming convention from app data.payments. Okay, select sent $2 amount as amount USD. Okay, so there's a like function they have created to convert dollars or cents into dollars, but we are not doing that. So macro, build macro. Maybe we need to first of all build it, because select multiply, and we have basically we forgot to add this. So if you ever want to use, you can say macro, we have to treat it like this. And yeah, that's it. That's it. So let's try to run it now. What we see. Okay, so whenever you just want to use this particular thing, connection error analysis, query macro, what is this? End of print statement got as line 2, expected token, view detailed error. Okay, compilation error, multiply 1050 as test column. Okay, let's try to use it on a particular table just to understand it better. Compilation error analysis macro, query macro. Okay, end of token, end of print statement got as. Okay, makes sense. That's a very basic mistake. We just need to take it out, and that's it. And that's it. Perfect. So let's run it. Obviously some things can happen, okay, when the person is tired. Not really. And it should work now. I should see 500. So just add these two curly braces. If not, you can just, oh yeah, perfect. If not, you can just try running it as well. It's not a big deal. Sometimes it works, sometimes it does not. Yes. So now we have also covered Jinja functions, and we have just built some amazing functions as well. Let's say multiply. Okay, makes sense. Very good. So far we have built our bronze layer. Now let's try to build, you can say, silver layer. Okay, because obviously bronze layer is built. So let's say in the silver layer, what we need to build? We need to build a kind of OBT, which is one big table, which is very popular nowadays, which is very trending nowadays, I would say, in the data engineering community, because people are just trying to be more inclined towards one big table, because it is fine when you have a small data model, but when the data model becomes too big, so people try to just create one big table based on their requirements. Let's say one big table for finance, one big table for, and basically one big table per entity, instead of having multiple tables, like one big table per entity. So let's explore that as well. And in this particular case, we're gonna write a not complex, a little bit more advanced SQL that you will also learn. So let's go to silver and let's finally build our silver layer. And in order to build the silver layer, I will go to models, silver, and let me just give you the first of all requirements. So in the silver layer, what I'm gonna do, obviously I'll be just using, you can say, functions, multiply, and you can build other macros as well. We will be just using these macros, and just a small homework, just try to build more and more transformation functions that you can build within your, you can say, that you can use actually within your silver layer. Make sense? Okay, very good. So now let's try to create one big table. And what will be the one big table? How it will look like? So basically one big table will look like this. So we have bronze customers, we have bronze products, we have sales, okay, and we have store as well. If I go to bronze sales, we have all the foreign keys and primary key, right? So let's build our, you can say, okay, I want to do something for snapshots as well, because I want to show you. Okay, snapshot, we can just treat it differently. That's fine. Okay, makes sense. So let's create a silver layer first of all. Let's go step by step. So we have all the foreign keys here, right? So let's try to create a silver model based on the models that we have. Okay. So first of all, what I will do, I will treat my bronze sale as main table. Makes sense. And after that, I will attach it with products and customers, products and customers. Okay, makes sense. And store as well, but that is optional. But for now, let's build bronze sales with products and customers, because I have a very good use case that is used in the real world. So let's do that. So let's go to silver. Let's create a new file. and I will say silver sales, or I will say silver sales info. Okay, because this is a combined, this is an entity. Do not treat it as like you can say transforming each table. No, this is a modern world use case where we just try to, you can say, build one big table for the each entity. This is an entity which will be used by the business. Make sense? Okay, because see, there is no hard and set rule for data engineering. It totally depends how our stakeholders want to use our data. So let's say if you are building something, if someone asks you, or if someone, let's say says like, hey, what are you doing? You need to just build this thing in bronze. You need to just enrich or transform data in enriched or basically silver. You need to build a dimensional data model in gold. Just ask the person, are you the stakeholder? The person will say no. So just say shut up, because our stakeholder just said that I want data like this. So it's my duty to deliver the data like this. Who are you to just pass the comments? This is a reality. It's not like if you are a data engineer, it's not like you have to every time serve the dimensional data model. Maybe they just want simple transform table with combined columns. It's called one big table. It's their use case. Who are you to comment? So just know these things as well, that these things also exist. It's not like you have to deliver dimensional data model. Yes, in most of the scenarios, and so far we are delivering dimensional data models, fact tables, dimension tables, all those aggregated views. Yes, this is a trend so far, but you can say more and more requirements are also coming from the one big table side as well. Makes sense. So you should know that side as well. Okay. So let's try to build that particular piece. So here I'm going to write my select statement, and it will not be like very simple. So let's use something called as common table expression, because DBT says if you just want to write nested subqueries, just go with CTs. Why? More readable, better maintenance, you can say management, plus easy to query. Yes, you need to understand CTEs for that, and I expect that you know CTEs in SQL, and yeah, you should know SQL if you are a data engineer, okay, or any data professional. And that is why I always say, if you know SQL, you are actually in a very good picture, because in most of the things SQL is the backbone. Okay, so let's write our first CTE. I will say with sales, okay, or basically bronze sales, just to make it more readable. And let me just turn it off. Let me just snooze it. Okay. So now I will say as select, I want sales ID. Yes. Okay. I want product SK. Not really. I just want their name. So I will say unit price or quantity basically. Okay, quantity and unit price. We have gross amount. We can just use gross amount. Okay, gross amount makes sense. Then we have discount. Okay, then let's say payment method. Perfect. I want these three columns from bronze sales. So this is my first CTE that I have created. Okay, let me say from, and I will refer my bronze layer. As you know how we can just refer that, ref bronze sales. Perfect. And this is my name, bronze sales. Let's create second CTE. And how we can just create second CTE, this is very confusing, like to some, but yeah, don't worry, this was confusing to me as well, so don't feel like that. So let's say you want to create second CTE. So you will be thinking like, hey, we need to write this, let's say with, and then CTE or whatever name, let's say bronze products. Okay, you will be thinking like this. No, once you write with, that's the only time you need to write with. Other than that, you will be simply defining the name. That's it. You can simply say bronze. Okay, and just for the readability, you can hit enter and then bronze products, simple, and then as, and then query. Now Within this query, you can also inherit this query. Let's say you want to write select asterisk from bronze sales, or let me just make it sales. That's it. Otherwise it will be confusing with the model name and this. Okay. Now you can also write something like this. Select asterisk from sales where sale ID is something like this, anything. So this way you can inherit the CTE, that is called nested common table expressions. Okay. But we are just creating products. So I will simply write select, basically, I think here I need to pull product ID as well. Yes. Product ID. And then what is the column name for that other thing? Product ID, product SK, not ID, product SK and customer SK. SK means like surrogate key. Okay. And then I will say customer SK. Perfect. So here I will simply, now I can simply search product SK or ID. Let me open bronze product. Let me run this. Let's see, what do we have here? Okay, so here we have product SK, perfect. And we want basically category. Okay. So here I will say product SK, product category, or basically category. Perfect. From, as you know, ref bronze product. Perfect. So let's create our third CTE, which is called, I think, customer. And this will be like as select, and in the customer, I am expecting customer SK. Perfect. And let's explore what do we have in customer SK. Let's run this. Customer SK. Okay. And then we have loyalty tier. Let's use this loyalty tier, or let's say gender. Yeah, let's say gender, because we can just analyze like who is making more sales, boys, girls, or yeah. So let's say gender. Perfect. And this is our, okay, customer SK. Perfect. So this is our query. So these are 3 CTEs. Now we're gonna use these 3 CTEs in our main select statement. And how we can just do that? I will simply say select. Okay. Do we need to write comma? Do we? Let's explore. Okay. Select. Okay. Customer we have. Oh man. Okay. By the way, that's what we need. Select sales ID, product SK, gross amount. That's it. That's it. Actually, I can ignore this surrogate keys because I don't want these surrogate keys. I just want these product category and gender. That's it. And this is our query. And I can actually, first of all, compile this code just to make sure like we have everything. Okay. And perfect. And let's do one more thing. We can use payment method, gross amount. We had more things, right? We had, let's say, one thing was amount, something like that. Let me just check, because I want to use that macro that we created. That way you will understand like how we can just utilize our macros in the select statements. It is unit price and quantity. Let's create a transformed column, basically calculated column, by multiplying these two columns. Okay. So I'll simply say macro, which is multiply, and I will pass these two columns, which is unit price, and then I will pass quantity. Perfect. And I will call it as calculated price or calculated gross amount. It makes sense. Okay. It makes sense. Okay. Makes sense. So this way you can just perform this. Let me just first of all compile this code. So this is my compiled code, as you can see. We do not have any kind of, oh, see, this is automatically replaced with this particular unit price into quantity where we have this particular macro. That's how you can work with this thing. Make sense? Okay. So now this is my model. This is my silver model. Make sense? And just to make sure it will work fine, we can simply run this in our select statement view before running it in the table or view products cannot be found. Really? Really? Bronze. Oh, I wrote bronze products. Let me remove it. Okay, now let's try products or products. Okay, now let's run it. Column variable function customer SK. Okay. Oh, really? Customer SK is not there. Customer SK. I think customer SK is there. What's the, okay, customer SK, sales.customer SK. And what the error is? Column variable or function parameter with name customer SK cannot be resolved. Are you serious? Let me check. Customer. Let me run it. We have customer SK. We have bro. Customer SK. Okay. So where are we using customer SK? We are using it here. Sales.customer SK, customer.customer SK. Customer SK is here. Customer SK is here as well. Huh. Strange. Let me run it again. Cannot be resolved. Okay. What's the issue? Oh, Anshlambacollab. Who will write from? Perfect. Now let's run it. So now, perfect. We have the view that I wanted. Okay, perfect. But this is not the end result. Okay, this is just the joined view that we want. Now I want to find that which category, okay, per gender performed well. Which category per gender performed well. Let's say category beverages. So which category, like let's say in the beverages, which gender performed better. So I just want to find it for each category and I want to, let's say, order it by with the amount or whatever. So this query is not completed. That's why I told you like this will be a complex query, but that's what we build in the real world, right? That's what we build in the real world. That's why DBT is here to help you out with the complex SQL queries. Make sense? Okay, so this is my select statement. Okay, so I can just make it as another CTE. Okay, and I can call it as joined query as perfect. Joined query as this one. Okay, so this is my joined query. Okay, now I can just use this join query to perform the aggregation. I will simply say select gender, first of all category, then gender. Okay, then let's say sum of amount, gross amount. Perfect as total sales. Okay, from joined query. Perfect. Group by, I can say group by all as well, because in Databricks we have group by all function, but it's fine. Category this, and I want to say order by I want to say total sales DESC. Perfect. Let's run this. Let's see. This is our basically the end query. Perfect. I got all the things. See, gaming female 2599, gaming other 20, and gaming male 17824. Wow, females are actually making more sales in gaming. Wow. TV and home theater as well, blogs as well, computers and tablets as well, beverages as well. Okay, it's, oh, in cleaning, bro, just check. Okay, cleaning males are just making more, you can say, sales. Okay, personal care, obviously, that's not even a question. That male will be in the negative. They just use the same product that female use, like they just take, hey, just give me a little bit of it and I can just use it. Bakery makes sense. Okay, dairy is like normal because everyone consumes the dairy products. Produce, okay. So see, who is making more sales? Who is more expensive? Who? Just see, data is in front of you. You can just decide who is actually spending more. Okay, so that's where your salary is going, right? Your package is not less. Female is making more sales, not sales, like more expenses. So now our silver layer is also ready. Okay, silver layer is also ready. And by the way, I was just kidding. So do not take it personally. Just a fun class. Do not behave like an immature kid. I know there are like a few immature kid. Do not worry, you will also be mature with the time. So this is our final query that we need to build for the silver layer. And we have actually made a lot of changes to this silver layer. And a little homework for you. This type of query, I want you to build for returns as well, because everything will be exactly same, but instead of sales, it will be returns. Okay, this is a small homework for you. Make sense? Very good. So this is our silver layer, one big table that we want to just find. This is basically not a one big table, basically a KPI that we have created in the silver layer. Okay, on the basis of the requirement that we got. Make sense? Very good. Now let's actually run DBT run. DBT run. Okay, now I will say DBT run. I can run all the things, but I don't want to run all the things. I will simply say select and I will say models and then silver, because I just want to run silver models because all the other models are already there. I don't want to use the compute. Okay, so let's see if our silver model is ready. It's called silver sales info. And okay, makes sense. Sales info running, complete successfully. Let me just check and verify if we got it. Okay, now in the silver, perfect, we got this table. Perfect, we got this table in the silver view. And that's how we create, basically you can say, complex views, and that's how we use macros, Jinjas within the DBT. I hope it gave you an end-to-end understanding. Make sense? Now I want to talk about snapshots. It is very important, and let me just give you a quick hint. We use snapshots to work with the slowly changing dimensions. Wow, I know you're really happy by hearing the word, oh, we're just learning slowly changing dimension. Yes. Now let's actually see how you can just build slowly changing dimensions within DBT. Okay, let me just show you. So bro, now it's time to talk about snapshots. Basically, snapshots are snapshots are basically created so that we can work with slowly changing dimensions using DBT. You know that being a data engineer, one of the most important tasks for a data engineer is to create a slowly changing dimension. And on top of it, creating a slowly changing dimension type 1 is not a big deal. It's very easy because it's simple upsert. But creating a slowly changing dimension type 2 is a task because you need to keep a track of the history as well. Make sense? And the good news is, with the help of snapshots, it is very easy. Okay, so do not think like it will be really critical one. Like, it is critical, but it is not complex. Okay, it is complex, but it will not be complex because I'll be just telling you. Okay, so the thing is, let me just take you a documentation, and I hope this time search engine will help us. Okay, snapshots, DBT. By the way, snapshots are recently updated. Earlier, we used to use SQL files to create snapshots as we do it for other models, but recently we are using YAML files directly to create snapshots. Obviously, we can use SQL files as well, but that is a deprecated way, and I don't want to learn the deprecated things, right? Let me hit enter and let's see what this search engine has returned. Okay, that looks good. Add snapshots to your tag. Okay, so basically, let's scroll a little bit. What are snapshots? Analysts often need to look back in time, yes, at previous date series in their mutable tables. Obviously, because every table can be changed. While some source data systems are built in a way that makes accessing history data possible, That is not always the case. That is true. That is true. DBT provide a mechanism snapshots which records changes to a mutable table over time, which is also called slowly changing dimension type 2. And I hope that you know about slowly changing dimension type 2. If you do not know, so this is basically an example. So let's say there was an order and its status was pending at this particular date. And on the next day, it says shipped, but we need to create a slowly changing dimension type 2 for this particular table, which will say, hey, this was the previous status and this is the recent status. That is why DBT valid to, basically this is a column which says valid from and valid to. If it is currently in use and if it is not updated in the present, then obviously valid to will have the value either as null or very big value, something like 99990909, something like that. Okay. Configuring snapshots. As you can see that currently we use YAML files directly. Earlier we used to use SQL files. Okay. And let's see if we have anything special. And do not worry about configuration because I will be just telling you with a very good example. So as you can see, to add a snapshot to your project, follow these steps. For user using version 1.8, the previous one, because I think we are using 1.10. So earlier refer to legacy snapshot configuration. If I just open this link, you will see that they are using SQL files. See, configuration, select asterisks from blah, blah, blah. So this was a kind of configuration block that we used to write and we were using snapshot function here, but that is a deprecated way. So I will not tell you because you will be confused after that, right? And I don't want to do that. And let's see. And as we know, like this is just telling like, hey, what can you use? Because there are like multiple options to create snapshots within DBT. There are like multiple strategies. It is based on, you can say, timestamp. It is also based on check. There are so many things, but I will just tell you the best way and in such a way that you can digest that knowledge. Okay. Because the more you will working with DBT, the more you will learn with the time, but you need a very strong fundamental knowledge about snapshots. So let's create a snapshot based on any table. And what do you think, like which table we should pick? If I go to bronze, if I go to, let's say, bronze store, this can be a very good example for our slowly changing dimension. But the thing is, I want a table in which we will be also having a date column. Okay. So that we can actually, because whenever we want to work with slow changing dimension, we have to make sure that we have date column. Let's see if we have this bronze store. No. So let's do one thing. Okay. Let's do one thing. Let's create a table so that we can just understand like how slowly changing dimension type 2 works. Okay. So I will go to queries and I will simply click on create query, just to create basically a simple table, and this query will be using to populate the data as well within this particular table. Okay, let's create a table, create table. I'll pick the catalog is DBT tutorial dev, and just a hint, very soon we are also covering the deployment because we are already using continuous integration, that is CI part, and very soon we'll be covering CD part, that is continuous deployment. So don't worry about that. So I will be picking, let's say, bronze schema. I will say create table. Let's say we want to create a slowly changing dimension type 2 on top of products table, which is a very popular, you can say, table, right? Products. I know we already have product table, but let's create on products. Okay. Products. Okay. Or let's say items, just to make sure like it is different. Okay. Items. Make sense? And let's create columns such as, let's say, ID. Okay, ID will be int, then name, item name. Okay, it will be string. Okay, and then let's say one more column, let's say category. Okay, category string, and obviously create date or update date. Okay, let's say update date, like at what time this particular record was updated. Okay, timestamp, simple. And I want to just insert some records, insert into items and values 1, and then item 1, category 1. Perfect. This is a very good example. And I will be using current timestamp instead of this particular timestamp because we'll be adding more and more records, right? So current timestamp. Perfect. Current timestamp and current timestamp, and let's insert 3 records. It's fine. Okay, let me just run this. So this is basically our table, which is in the bronze schema. Remember this, this is not in our source. I think we should have created this table in the source schema. Ideally, that makes sense. So let's do one thing. Let's create this table in the source. Okay. Let me just pick source. Okay. And then click on run all. Make sense? Okay, very good. Just forget about bronze schema. This is in our source and we want to use this from source. Makes sense. Now let me just jump on my VS Code editor. So what we're gonna do, we need to create a snapshot. Simple. And this is a folder, this is a directory, and I know you are smart enough. You will say, Anshlamba, we need to create one file inside this folder. Yes, and it will be the YAML file. So let's say gold items.yaml. Okay, because this is a kind of gold layer that we are building, because in the gold layer we populate the dimensions most of the time. Okay, so let's say this is our gold items.yaml. Make sense? Make sense? So now what we want to do, you can directly use that table as a source for this particular snapshot. Okay, but ideally, like this is not a rule of thumb. Ideally, you can say as a good practice, we should always create a dedicated source for the snapshots. Reason. Because in your source, you will be finding trouble to define the primary key. Okay. And why is that? Because let's say you have the source. Okay. Let's say items. Item 1, item 2, item 3. Makes sense. Let's say next day, or basically let's say after a few minutes, I change the item name from item 3 to new item 3, or let's say item 3 new. Okay. Primary key is still 3, but the values changed. So that means it is following the rule of primary key. That is fine. But when I will be creating a slowly changing dimension, I would need to define the key column, right? At that time, there will be 2 values of 3 and it will create a problem because there cannot be duplicate values on the key column. Make sense? So in that particular scenario, in the real world, in the basically you can say real-time scenarios, we create a source, and this source task is only and only deduplication. It can obviously do a lot of other things as well, but majorly its task is to dedupe, basically deduplicate the data. So what it will do, every time it will pick only and only the latest timestamp, basically latest key with the latest timestamp. Makes sense? And it will pass that data to the slowly changing dimension type 2. And on the slowly changing dimension type 2, basically snapshot, we will be managing the history. Got it? 100%? Be honest. Obviously, you will be getting 100% when you see the code. Let me just show you. So this is our gold items.yaml. Okay. And before populating it, what we need to do, we need to, let's first of all create the source. Okay. Not source for this gold, real source, like the source schema. If I go to models and source, this one. So let's say we have one more source. Okay. And source name is, I think, items. Yep. Perfect. So we have the source. Now we gonna create our source for YAML. Basically a downstream, not downstream, basically the upstream for the YAML. What is downstream, upstream? Okay, fancy words. Dependency. So basically this particular gold YAML will be populated using something, and that something will be in the gold folder. Let me create that thing. So this is basically a model and its name will be source. Source. Okay. Source gold items. makes sense. Dot SQL, just to keep the naming convention same, source gold items. Okay, makes sense. So what I will do, I will simply say select asterisk from refer, not refer, I would say source. Okay, source name is source and items. Okay, but now we need to dedupe, as I just mentioned. And how we can just dedupe? We always use row number to dedupe the data. So I will say row number over partition by order item ID, not item ID, we just have ID. So ID, and order by will be update date. Update date, perfect. And I will just rename it as dedupe key, or basically dedupe. Okay, dedupe. Okay, where dedupe ID equals to 1, makes sense. And this way we will only be getting only and only the latest, you can say, value. But obviously I do not want any kind of deduplication ID. So what I will do, I will simply select the columns from this. So let's say with dedupe query, let's create a CTE. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Select asterisk from dedupe key. Yeah, makes sense. So now what will happen? We need to select the columns. I want ID only. I want name. I want category. I want update date. That's it. I don't want all the values. So let me just query this and let's see what we get. So this will be our basically the source for this particular snapshot. Okay. Okay, perfect. As I just expected. So what we're gonna do now? Now it's time to populate the snapshot. Okay, so this is empty. Let's go to this particular documentation, and this is basically an example, basically the example usage that we can also try. Okay, example usage, and there are like so many example usage. If you just scroll at the top, you will see this particular thing as well. That is also a kind of usage. Okay, if you scroll down, relation, it's fine. You can also pick this one as well. It's up to you how you just want to pick it. Okay, so let's pick this example usage that it was saying example usage. Perfect. And it does not have like all the things. I want that big data as well. So let's pick this one. Yeah, perfect. So let me just copy this and let me just paste it here. Perfect. So now it's time to configure it, and now it's time to tell you each and everything of the snapshot. First of all, we need to name it, and just to make everything, you can say, consistent, we need to pick the same name, gold items. Make sense? Now, what will be the source of this particular snapshot? We just created the source. What is the source? The source is this one, this model. Which model? Source gold items. Make sense? If you just see like just use your common sense, like how it will just use that particular source. So in the relation, you have to mention that source for this particular thing. But the thing is, here you will be just using a function instead of just writing the name directly. Why? Because as you know that every time we use ref function, but we do not use ref function directly. We use inside a macro. But here you do not need to write like this, ref and then gold items. Okay, basically source gold items. No, here you can directly use ref function without any kind of. And here as well, you can see if they have used ref function. No, because they have just used source directly. But yeah, you can just use ref function. It's fine. Now it is saying configuration. So what will be the schema? Schema will be gold. Okay. Okay. Database, that means catalog name. Catalog name will be, what was the catalog name? DBT tutorial dev, perfect. DBT tutorial dev. And it is saying unique key is ID, as I just told you. Strategy is very important. There are basically two types of strategies, timestamp and check. DBT recommends to use timestamp strategy, and in the industry as well, we use this particular strategy. We consider a column which is of the timestamp format and we decide which value to pick. Okay. And it is saying, okay, I will pick this strategy, but what is the column name? The column name is update date. Makes sense? And what is this thing? DBT valid to current. So basically, if the value is not updated, or basically if the value is not changed, what value it will provide to that particular thing, DBT valid to current. If you do not pass it, it will provide null. If you pass it like this, a very big date, it will pass this value. So it depends like how your organization wants to see the data. Okay. And some organizations prefer null, some organizations prefer this long date. It totally depends because they do not want to just keep nulls in their column. That's the only thing. Okay. So this is done. Now what do we want to do? We want to populate this particular snapshot. Okay. How we can just populate this particular snapshot? I will run a command CD. Okay. And then DBT snapshot. So when I hit DBT snapshot, it will go to the snapshot folder and it will build the snapshot. Okay. And as you can see, completed with one error. Very good. Failure in snapshot gold items. And what is the error? Database error. Okay. The table or view dot gold dot source gold items cannot be found. Very good. This was expected because obviously this particular source gold items is not actually created so far, because we directly use this particular command, and I wanted to show you this because see, I just ran this command DBT snapshot. Makes sense? Makes sense. And if you just want to run the models, we run this thing DBT run and then model name, or if we just write this, it will run all the models. Do we need to run so many things? Like every time do we need to run multiple commands, and how we will be just worrying about all these things, like should we run this thing, should we run that thing? So that is why we have a command called DBT build. So it just runs your models, snapshots, seeds, literally everything. This is the major command that we use, DBT build. Hit this, now it will just build the entire project, and you will see that in the logs. So it will build all your models one by one, seeds, snapshots, everything. See, everything. Now it will be just one of 17, all the 17 things, all the macros, all the seeds, sources, everything, literally everything. This is the command that we use to build all the things. This is the command that we use to orchestrate our DBT pipelines. This is the command that we used for the deployment as well. Yes, there is a small tweak in that. We will be just talking about that thing as well in the CD part, that is deployment. So it is saying completed successfully. Wow. So now I'm very excited to see the results for my catalog, basically this SCD. Okay. So let's create the query here. I will say select asterisk from catalog name you already know. So it will be gold items, right? And this is gold. Let's run this. Let's see what do we have. Okay, so all these things here, and it created some additional column for us. As we all know, this is like date, and this is like valid from, and this is like very big date too. Now I want to test it. I will change the name of item 3. Okay, I will put the value like this. Let's say I will first of all remove these values. Let's only change 3, and I will just make it item 3 new. Okay. And I will insert this record with the updated timestamp, because obviously new value is added. So we are expecting that, okay, we cannot be found. Okay, makes sense because it is in the source. Yep. So now we are adding this record in our source table. If we query the source table, we will be seeing 2 different values for 3. But our source that we are using for snapshot, it will dedupe it, and it will only pass this particular value. But do you know what? It will not simply upsert this value. It is a slowly changing dimension type 2. It will keep the previous value as well, and it will update this as well. So you want to test it? I also want to test it. Okay. So now I will simply run DBT build for one more time. Let's see what happens. Okay. And let's see if our slowly changing dimension type 2 is working fine or not. Okay. I am also testing it. You are also testing it. So both are testing together. And let me just meanwhile check if we just want to cover more things before deployment, because obviously there are like so many things and you have to explore the things when you are just working with DBT, more and more things. But I am sure like all these things will build your strong base. Okay, makes sense. Okay, complete successfully. Yeah, let's test it. And I think we are good to go with the deployment. Yes, let's start the deployment. But yes, don't worry. I'm gonna talk about slowly changing dimension type 2 because we need to validate it. So let's see what is the value now in the gold items. We should see both the values of item 3, right? And pick gold schema. And perfect. If we do not see both the values, how we cannot see? We will see. We have built slowly changing dimension type 2 in just few minutes. And if you have built slowly changing dimension type 2 in the real world without DBT by just using PySpark, you know that it takes a lot of time. You know that, okay? Because you need to first update the existing values, then you need to insert the new values, right? So it's like this. And you can see that for the previous value, the valid to date is also the current date, not like current date, like today's date, because it was expired today. But for the new value, it is like very big date, very long date, right? Very good. So you have successfully built slowly changing dimension type 2 as well. And if we just look at our development, it looks cool. Okay. And trust me, you have literally learned so many things. Let me just close the terminal. And I hope now you know a lot of things and you are ready to explore and build amazing solutions in the real industry. And I am so sure that you can confidently clear the interviews. Do you know why? This technology is new. Amazing updates are coming every single day. So now you have the updated knowledge. Now you know the updated syntax. Now you know all the new things, right? You have the latest context in your mind. Feel confident, feel free to sit in the interviews wherever DBT is required and just say confidently, hey, I have watched Anshlamba's YouTube video, so just ask me any question about DBT. I can say you will be able to answer 90% of the questions. Let me just talk about those 10% of the question. Even if you are not able to answer 10% of the questions accurately, you will be able to give some context for that question, and that is what interviewers always look for. Why? Because they are not expecting you to just answer all the questions accurately. You are not a chat GPT. You are a person who will be developing solutions. So they want someone, even if you are not aware of anything, you should have some context so that you can easily find the relevant documents, you can easily find relevant resources, you can work with the already like having, obviously they will be having some experts in the, you can say, existing industry. So you should be able to do all of these things, right? So that is why, trust me, you're good. Okay. So now let me first of all go to Git. Okay. Let me just say git add. Okay. Then say git commit, and the message will be all done. Okay. Perfect. Now let's say git switch and main. Let's merge the code. Okay. It's a kind of pull request if you have a repo. Okay. Git merge feature unch. Perfect. So we are on main branch and everything is committed. Very good. See how easily you are learning Git as well. That's the best way to learn Git. Just start using it. Okay. So now let's talk about the continuous deployment part. So now you know that you have built everything in the dev environment. Dev environment means basically dev catalog. Okay. You can imagine that in your company, because every company has a different, you can say, structure to manage environments. Okay, let's say they are treating dev catalog differently, QA catalog differently, or basically prod catalog differently, because we are just directly talking about production. Okay, so they have a dedicated catalog for production. Make sense? So now you want to move all the things, literally all the things from whatever you have in dev catalog. Let's say you have so many things. You want all the same things in the prod catalog as well. How you can just do that? How? Here the profiles.yaml file will help you a lot. Okay, why? Let me just tell you, don't worry. So whatever you have built here, so many things, right? Literally so many things, so many folders, seeds, models, bronze, gold, so many things, right? So many macros. You cannot hard code anything, like hard code everything again to just populate the same stuff to production. That is why you need to deploy. That is why we are saying continuous deployment. And do you know what? Deployment in DBT is very easy. Okay, how? Because of this profiles.yaml. Let me just open this. If you look at this particular file, I told you that this is basically a kind of connection. This is what? A kind of connection. Make sense? In which we have written almost everything. Make sense? And within this file, we get something called as a kind of, not really, but a kind of environment variables. Okay, environment variables. Just for your understanding, these are not actually environment variables, because in DBT Cloud, we have a dedicated tab for environment variables, but we call it as target variables for DBT Core and DBT Cloud as well. So these are target variables. Make sense? This is a right word, but for understanding point of view, you can treat them as a environment variables, because if you already know some deployment stuff, CI/CD, so you know, like we just create environment variables so that we can change the values dynamically. So both are same thing. Okay, very good. So now what we need to do, we need to deploy this thing into the production catalog. Where is the production catalog? Obviously we need to set up. Okay, let's set up the production catalog, because that is also a task. Just use your common sense. I know it is not very common, but try to use it. You will be able to use it. When you started your project, you had your source schema ready, which is your source data. Make sense? Very good. Just tell me one thing. Will you use the same data of dev, or will you be having a different data in prod? In most of the scenarios, different data in prod. But obviously in this particular tutorial, we can use the same data, but I want you to just create the same environment that you will be having in the real industry. So what I'm going to do, I will be creating same source schema in the production catalog, and I will just show you how you can just change the values, because it is very easy to just connect to the same source, because there will be no changing in environment variables and blah, blah, blah. But I want you to learn it actually what we do in the real world. Okay, so let's create a catalog first of all, and I will name it as, let's say, what is this? What is this? Let me just go to catalog. Okay, perfect. Create a catalog, and catalog name will be DBT tutorial prod. Okay, DBT tutorial prod. So this is my catalog. Configure catalog, grant access, next, and save. Done. Okay, so now let's create a schema, and schema name will be source. Make sense? Source. Click on create. Now you will be saying, Anshlama, do we need to again click on create table, uploading files? Do we need to do that? You can, but let me just tell you a hack. Basically, it's not a hack. It's like a smart way of doing it. So I can just go to queries. Okay. And let me just use the existing query that I just used it. Okay. And let me just remove everything. And what I will do, I will say create table, and table name will be, let's say, what was the table name? In the source. Okay. Dem customer. Okay, makes sense. And where we want to create this? In the production. Okay, in the source schema. Perfect. And what's the query? As select asterisk from DBT core dev dot source dot hey DBT core catalog. No, what is this? DBT tutorial dev source, and this is gold prod basically. Hey, what are you doing? Okay, source, perfect. DBT tutorial prod source, and then obviously dim customer basically. Let's run this. So what it will do, it will simply replicate the table, and it is saying DBT prod. Obviously it is not prod, it is dev. It is simply duplicate the data from the dev to our prod, and this way we can just have an exact copy, or it can be different as well, but you need to use your common sense. Like we are just simply creating a source schema, that's it. It can be different, can be same, right? So dim customer, and then let's say dim product. Okay, let's run this. Then we need to say dim product, dim sales, not dim sales, fact sales, I guess. Okay, perfect. Then fact returns. Okay, perfect. What do we have next? Dim date. Okay, dim date, and then dim store. See how quick it is. How was the smarter way of doing it? Dim store, dim store. Perfect. I think we are good. Yep, I think so. Okay, let me just double check before seeing any errors. Oh, items is left. We need to create items. Yes. Items and items. Not dim items, just items. Okay, let's do this. Okay, so this is also done. So now what we need to do, we have everything set up for our deployment. So now what we can do, we can create another connection. Yes, just copy this value and then just paste it here, and then just call it as prod. Okay, and you can change the value here as well, because the rest of the stuffs are same. Okay, and don't worry, I will just paste this value in my original profiles.yaml file. This is just for you. Okay, so obviously you will be having token here as well. So now what will happen, this is saying, you need to understand this. Okay, this is saying target. Okay, what is the target currently as per this particular file? Dev. So currently it is pointing to this particular connection. Okay, everything is going here. You will say, Anshlama, do we need to change this value? We will be saying prod. That's one way of doing it, and that's an unprofessional way of doing it. We should not change anything in this particular file regarding target. Okay, so now what we will do, just tell me one thing. If I say target, there are basically target variables, which I just mentioned as environment variables. For example, target dot catalog. What will be the value of target catalog according to the current specification? Just tell me this thing. It will be this one, right? This one. Why? Because target means dev. Dev dot catalog means this one. But what if I change this value dynamically, and if I say target dot catalog, what will be the value of this? Obviously this one, because it will say prod dot catalog. Make sense? Prod dot catalog, this one. Oh, okay. Makes sense. So now our first task is to parameterize all the areas, all the things wherever we have used or basically hard coded the catalog value. Make sense? So in this case, we have to use something called as target.catalog. Make sense? Okay, so let me just show you what will be the value of that thing. If I just go to my analysis, okay, and if I just create a file, let's say target variables dot SQL. Okay, if I say target dot catalog, let's see what you will be getting. Let's see. DBT tutorial dev. See, because currently our profiles is actually pointing to dev. Make sense? Make sense? Very good. This is the you can say environment variable. Similarly, we have target.schema, target. So many things, right? Very good. So our task is to parameterize everything. So you know that in our DBT project.yaml, okay, if I scroll up, we do not have actually anything related to catalog. But in our sources, let's start from the very scratch. In our sources, we have hard coded the value for this thing. See, database. Here we need to change it from database to target.catalog. Simple. This is the way to do it. And I think we also need to add single quote, otherwise it will not work. Yeah, we need to add single quote. Just make sure you are adding single quote, okay? Okay, makes sense. So this is the way to do this. And if you remember, we have one more area where we have hard coded the database value. What is that? Snapshot. Okay. If you go to snapshot, if you go here in this YAML, here as well, we have hard coded the value. Let's change it here as well. Perfect. Makes sense? So now it can be deployed. Now, in order to deploy it, first of all, obviously I need to just make changes in the original file as well. Let me just quickly do it. So I have also made the changes in my original profiles.yaml. So I am very excited to deploy these changes to my production. I will simply open the DBT command. Okay. Just be ready. Now is the moment. Okay. So I will simply say CD. Perfect. And I will say DBT build. And here we're gonna override the target variable value. How? You'll simply say target prod. Okay, it should match the value that you have defined in your profiles.yaml, right? The second connection name. Should I hit enter? Hit it. Wow. Does not have a target named prod. The valid target names for this profile are dev. Let me just check my profiles.yaml. I think I had just messed up something. Maybe, so we have here dev. There was a small typo. Like everything is fine in this particular dummy file, but there was a typo in my original file. Okay. And by the way, I will just revoke the token. I don't know like why I'm just, oh man, anshlambacollab. DBT build. Let me just run it again. Are you ready for this time? Really? Okay. That's it. Woohoo! Fingers crossed. Okay. 8 models, 7 analysis, 7 data tests, 1 seed, 1 snapshot, 7 sources. Let's see one by one. We want to see that completed successfully. I want to see that. Because we have literally, yes, you as well, literally worked hard to build this whole thing, right? And it's time to deploy it. And no one actually cares about your development if it is not deployed. Your project manager, your manager, no one. If it is deployed, everyone will say, well done. If it is not deployed, hey, what did you have done? We actually do not worry. We did not actually care about your development and blah, blah, blah. So deployment is very important. We should build something that will deploy first and then we will start building, because obviously they will only value you once the objects are deployed. Anshlambacollab, by the way, that was a really, really, really deep thought. We should first deploy it and then we should start the building. Is it possible? Kind of. Like we can just deploy the maybe infrastructure first of all, like all the dependencies, all the variables. I don't know. We'll think about it. We'll let you know. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. So let's see. Okay, it started actually now, and I hope everything is fine. Okay. And just a quick one. It will also perform your test as well. Just for your quick overview, DBT build command will take care of your test as well. Do not feel like, hey, will it skip the test? No. Oh, by the way, 16 are done. 17. Wow. Perfect, 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 perfect. It is complete successfully. No failures. Wow. Let me see if it is deployed or not. Okay, let me just refresh. And if I just open it, oh, all the schemas are there. Bronze, yes. Gold, yes. Silver, perfect. So this way, you can also deploy it. Right, 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 right. Are you happy? Are you happy? And if I just open this particular one, okay, and if I just run this, why do you want to run this? Just to want to show you the lineage, because I told you like I will just show you the lineage as well. So this is the lineage, okay, and this is an amazing UI now, and you can even reduce the size a little bit. So this way you can also see the lineage of each model, and you are seeing that bronze customer, bronze product, bronze sales, and so on. Now you will say, Anshlamba, where is the lineage of bronze customer? Because it is all, because by default it will only show you the direct lineage of this particular sales info, because it is directly connected to this. If you want to see the lineage of this, you can click on plus sign. Just click on plus and see dim customer source. Same with this one, same with this one. Perfect. Makes sense? So if you click on this, you will see that all the orange ticks are for this particular one. If you click here, only this is the one. If you click here, only this is the one. If you click here, only this is the one, and it is going to this particular downstream as well. Make sense? So this is a very good overview of this particular, you can say, lineage. It is dynamic. You can change it as well. Wow, literally wow. So I'm really excited about committing all the changes, and I want to just talk about one more thing. Let me just make the commit. Okay, git add, because I just modified that file. Git commit -m. Now it's done. Perfect. So now let's talk about one more thing. It is not directly relevant to your, you can say, DBT, CI/CD, nothing. Just you can say additional information. What's that? Like it is indirectly related to it. So far, we have created a kind of local repo, everything, right? Local repo. You can also create a remote repo, and I want to give you a small homework for this. Really? Yes. So if you know how to create a GitHub repo, it's very simple. You can simply create your GitHub account and create your local repo, create your remote repo in the GitHub. Make sense? Okay. You need to push this local repo, this one that we have just created, to that remote repo. Okay. And it's very easy. If you do not know how to do all of these things, okay, you can just watch my GitHub masterclass, GitHub masterclass video, and you can simply search on Google, GitHub Anshlamba. So see, as I just talked about this many times, if you just want to look for any topic related to data engineering, just search the topic with Anshlamba, just add Anshlamba and see, this is the video, Git and GitHub. And if you do not know about Git, it will just give you all the information that are there for you. And you should know Git in 2025, bro. It's like almost 2025 is also like almost over. You shouldn't just know about Git. It's like mandatory stuff. Okay. So I will expect that you now know how to push the changes to GitHub. Okay. So this is your local repo, and this is just a homework for you, and it will help you to add this project in your resume. Okay, because a lot of people say, hey, how can we just add this in my resume? How can we just do this? Bro, so many excuses. Just listen to me. So this is your local repo, and let's say this is your remote repo. This is, let's say, GitHub. It's very easy. Let me just give you quick actions. So first of all, this is your local repo. This is your main branch. Okay, you just need to create a repo inside this. Let's say this is your repo. If you create a readme file, it will create a commit. And what will happen? You first need to pull those changes in your local repo. Okay. Let's say pull main, makes sense. And pull main, even before that, you first need to create a remote connection. So you can simply say get remote -v. I'm just giving you git commands. Get remote -v. Just check if you have anything. If you see the URL, that means your local repo is already connected with your GitHub account. If not, you will not see anything. Then you need to set the remote repo. How? You can simply say get remote add origin. Okay, you can say get remote. I think these are the commands. You can double check, but I know these are the commands. Get remote add origin, and then just provide your URL. Okay, whatever your URL is for your repo. Make sense? So this way you have just added your remote origin. Then you need to pull all the commits that are there in the remote repo. What are the commits? You will say it is empty. You created the readme file, so it created one commit. So the best practice is do not create a readme file so that there will be no commits here. Okay. If you have created, it's fine. If you have not created, it's fine. So that means this step is optional. Okay. This step is optional. Makes sense. Next step will be push these changes. So you will simply say get push origin main. Okay. So this will push all these changes to main, and during this step, it will also ask for the, you can say, configuration, or basically token. So you can just provide the token, and how you can just create the token. You should know how to create the token in GitHub. Just go to your settings, then developer settings, then just create a classic token, and that's it. Okay. So the moment you hit this git push origin main, it will create a kind of repo. Okay. Repo is already there, but it will just populate all these changes. So this way you have your changes in your remote repo as well, similar to this one. I hope it makes sense. Okay, makes sense. Very good. So this is the way you can push your changes, publish your changes, and you can highlight these things. You can flex actually. If you are in university or anywhere, you can flex these things with your friends. Hey, we have just built DBT project, cool project. If you are already in the industry, you can just flex with your, let's say, in the interviews or anywhere. Okay, because flex is important. Especially yeah, if you're from like your favorite country. So this is the way you can just push all these changes from local repo to GitHub. Okay, makes sense. Very, very good. Make sense. So this is your DBT masterclass with CI/CD. I hope it was helpful, and I just want one thing from you. I literally put my heart into this video because I wanted to make this video special. So just make sure this video will reach to maximum number of people. I am not just saying for my, you can say, benefit. I want to make this video available to the maximum number of people so that they can also learn this new technology and they can grow in their career, obviously for their family, for their own, you can say, happiness and all those things. I want to see the smiles on people's face because DBT is a very, very, very new technology and interviewers are expecting you to just know DBT. And if I know that this video can help them, I will be more than happy to bring that smile on their faces, and that's it. In return, you can simply write down your honest feedback on the comment section, and I'm open to that. Like everything is like obviously transparent in my case, right? You know me very well. You know me. Nothing is hidden from you. So this way, let's end this video. And it was lovely, lovely, lovely covering this technology. And just click on the video coming on the screen and I will see you there. Bye-bye.